that.
Bubba has golden yellow pom poms.
Yeah.
In Louisiana.
I gotta do the green.
That's right.
What was I can't remember. That won't hurt. Hey Marty, what were the distances again that you had on them?
Okay, this is from the app. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like 184 for Mark 1, 192 for Mark 2, and 126 for Mark 3. That's one thing about the map marks, it was easier to get precise.
All right, guys, everybody listen up.
Good Jane, you ain't seen the score yet, have you?
All right.
One thing we can all agree on, Tennessee fans are the worst.
All right, here we go. Listen. When you are coming up with your dogs to run this series, there's a big cameraman back there by that arena will stand. That's where you're going to get your picture taken. Everybody must come through there. If you're running late, I'll fix you a bit. All right? Get up here, get your picture taken, and get home. Yep. All right, we got to roll through this. We got to finish the second series.
We don't have a time.
On man's own.
We don't need to.
Right.
We don't need to kill ourselves.
For the
We don't need to do long.
the right side and we're going down the right side. Waiting on the ball. All right. All right, come on up. We'll explain it then.
Oh, I guess we're coming in.
All right, guns up, guys. Guns up.
I'm right here. He's right over here, man.
Hey, the collar was hanging on you. You got it? Okay, all right. Excuse me. Hey, Adam, or who's explaining it? Jason.
All right, welcome back for Series 2. Happy game day. It is the field trial light series. This one consists of coming up to the mat, take your time, point out the gun.
Don't take your time to point out the gun.
Sorry, yeah, we gotta get done by
Point the guns out quickly.
So, first thing's gonna happen, the short gunner station right here is, with the umbrella is going to dry fire, no throw. Move to the right, mark 1, it's going right to left. We're 182 yards, I believe. Mark left to right. Moving to the middle, mark 2 comes out right to left at 192. Mark 3 is right here, right to left at 120. Mandatory go bird here to the left. Marks 1 and 2 will retire when you leave lines.
I'm really calling them 2 and 3. I'm calling 1 is a dry shot, 2, 3, 4. Okay? No. In the middle with the umbrella. It's a dry shot.
Umbrella sits down.
I know. In the middle with it. He just dry shots for bird 1, and then 2, 3, and 4. And bird 4 is a mandatory go.
182, 192, 120.
All right. All right. Let's watch the test dog. We're going to watch both test dogs. We're going to watch both test dogs, and then we will have them walk out and stand where the birds are landing. All right? Y'all back up and give them some room. All right, here we go, guys. Y'all to the line. This is test dogs we're going to run. Y'all be ready. Hey guys, they're gonna video.
You got 100 something.
Reinberg's angled in.
You're gonna hop out, right?
Well, I mean, you blow it up and break it down.
You're gonna stand up there jumping back. So you
One is a short one. Can I hurry?
don't worry, there's gonna be plenty of hunting.
A little short bird first. Winger birds first.
I got a big bird.
We will field questions when the test dogs are done.
Leo told me to do it, man. You wonder why you get bad Leo is not in there. Yeah, I told you, y'all are worried about the I think somebody trying to Larry before they come up here. Angle back to the we can't argue that.
Yeah, right back on. It's in the edge of that post. Right there.
Hey, killed him.
Barely.
He didn't sit when it flushed.
Here, hey.
Right. Gilbert's gonna be the one that is like an open Bobby ran the other day.
That direction from me. That's what I was asking. I got to put some brush on this stuff back there. Lay it over so you can't see those white pipes or whatever that is. That's the test on it.
He said that's too short. Point him in the wrong spot.
Guns up, guns up, guns up. Well, hey, receive your dog over here. We're gonna put a bucket over here, and we're gonna keep them rolling like we did before. You can get in the ditch or on the road. I mean, all these people will be gone, so you can get on the road. No, when you see the dog swoop up with either one of those long ones, all right, here we go. Reload and let me know.
Yeah. I need one.
Reloaded. All right, here we go. Guns up, guns up. Run
Make
to
a
the
pass.
line.
Make a pass.
Anywhere back here.
Last one.
Let them hot.
Yeah, let them run. Go ahead.
I didn't realize how close he was to being from Canada though, right?
Oh, that he is. He's 5 generations dairy farm.
Let him hunt a while, eh?
Yeah. Got Hey Carlin's here too.
Third one. Third two. Third three. Third four.
Exactly. Not that thing. 100 pounds. You got a good idea.
Imagine what would be like the neighbor to do anything.
Well, we got a dog goes on the yard. Just goes.
Lucky for me, I wasn't good enough to let him run then.
Might be better.
Might catch up.
You know what I mean? About 4 foot off that long telephone pole back. 4 foot. Yep, to the right. Do what you were talking about. Right? I'm gonna make
I'd pay a little orange on top of the tail.
We get a flag with us or anything.
That's
Dune buggy flags.
what I love walking into. It's a ladder for us. That goal was off last night running that line on it. Excited. No, you couldn't see. Oh, when he got to the key, I like the way it was. I turned it good. Here.
Huh. Huh.
You could throw a white one out there. Those are not in snow goose out there. They're gonna need it. It ain't gonna matter. You gotta get to it.
The guy named Ned Crazy by we have a really good dog that's out of Blade from somewhere
walk on your back.
in Texas. And his wife said that he thinks the dog's 6 months old.
No, he was born April 26th.
Yeah, so he was thinking about why we're not going to be the only litter that
Why?
we got it.
Why? Why?
White spot on it. He said it's from something. All I remember is he said somewhere in the little white spot right here.
What?
Way over here.
What?
That'd be cool if you had that. I know there's one.
What?
I think it's going to be a honey roll. I don't think it's going to run. Good enough.
There's one up north that got over 100 yards.
Over.
Can we just have info? We sent me the video. Of course, you know, there's food. They were showing the doctor.
Hey there, everybody, and welcome back to the 2025 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Purina Pro Plan. And we're starting our second series. The second test dog is running right now. And, well, if you thought the first test was hard, wait till you see this guy. I'm sitting here with my friend Carl Gunzer. Carl, welcome back.
Thank you,
Carl
thank you.
from Purina, and we're on board. And, well, it's game day. I'm wearing my Tennessee gear. And we're having some fun out here in Minden, Louisiana. They got a heck of a test here. They're gone to a field trial style test. As of now, they're running test dog, and the test dog's having a hard time finding the first bird, which the go bird. And not quite sure what's going on. I don't know if he had to help him. But first test dog handled. Did he do the right hand bird?
He did the right-hand bird really well.
Had a big.
Really well. Just put his nose on the right-hand bird, but handled on the go bird also, and then handled on the memory bird.
Oh, I didn't realize handled on the go bird. So the go bird isn't very long, but Carl said it's thrown out of winger, has a huge throw, almost flyer-like is really what they're simulating. And I don't know how far it is, but it's what? Under 60, 75 yards?
Yep, and it's a big angle back, and there's a cover change there too. So, and the wind is a little bit at the back of that bird, so it's pretty easy to go into the arc.
And get silly on your hunt.
Yeah, I kind of get lost from it. You know, it's a very flat background.
So let me ask you the question now. It's going to be, you got some big runs here.
Yep.
Preserving energy is going to be a big thing. If it were you, knowing that it's only a 2 point, would you handle quick on that go bird if you started to have a hunt?
I think so, but you know, Pat, I'm not
preserve your
sure yet from when I stood up there and looked how well you can see to handle. So that's tough too. You know, that the grass is a little taller. I think they should be able to see that, but it's pretty tricky. You know, you might, as a handler, you better be watching and right now during test dog, figure out where the dogs are winning that bird and picking it up, so you know when you're up there to.
They have
keep an
essentially
eye
what
on
I
it.
guess would call a decoy gun.
Yeah,
They've got
that's
a
on
gunner
this,
sitting
on
in
the
the
middle
field
here,
in the
yes.
middle that doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Well, he shoots, but he doesn't throw.
Right, and this dog
so-
is falling. The second test dog is falling victim to that. It looks like
that.
a little bit right now.
And there are two, certainly what would be long-retired guns, pretty much almost to the tree line.
Yep.
The throws are right, middle, left. But actually what happens is the decoy gun shoots a dry shot meaning that he shoots and doesn't do anything.
Yep.
The right-hand long gun shoots, throws a bird to the right. The middle gun shoots and throws also to the right. And then our short go bird on the left throws a big throw angle back to the left. So you'll see, you'll see that come up here in a minute.
Yeah.
And it's a warm day. You're gonna
Yeah,
have
this
to
is going to
careful.
be. This is going to be maybe a little bit of a survival test in this heat. It's not to
So if you
lose it all on one bird
if you
here.
posted a big score, you could get a little bit healthy here.
Yeah, yeah.
This is,
yeah.
I mean, the one thing I've noticed in this deal, you're not dead until you're not playing.
That's right.
I mean, there's
That's right.
certainly, you know, again, some of those bigger scores, because I'm sure they're going to have some big scores here.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you something that I'm noticing right now by looking at this that's always difficult is the retired gun stations are completely evaporated. You can't, there's no visible holding blinds in the field for the dogs to reference when they get there.
Right, and not only that, the gunners move back to a tree line, so the gunners are deep of the birds, and so if those dogs run to the tree line and find the gun, you know how hard it is to kind of hunt back towards
Yeah,
the
yes,
line when
yes, it
you
is.
find the gun deep. So that could be.
I'll tell you what
Okay.
I'll tell you what they're gonna, you know, you're gonna have to mark where these
Mm-hmm.
birds are, because there's a pretty reasonable chance you're gonna have to handle, and you gotta, there's no blind markers on
Nope,
these.
that's right. That's right.
So knowing when then they're having to bring the right-hand gunner out to help test
Yeah.
dog number 2 here. And actually, it looks
Now
like
you
he's
can
gonna
see the
jog
dog
up
looks
to where
like
the
he's
bird
getting
is.
warm
Hey,
and
gonna
tongue's getting long, so they're going to help him out here. And
yes, and the safety of these dogs are absolutely crucial. Okay,
there we go.
so you're seeing right there, he's just helping that dog find that bird. Now,
Have that bird 3 pick that other one up, Mike Center.
not sure if they're going to send this dog for the third bird here.
Yeah.
Okay. The long middle gun is coming out, and they're either going to just throw it as a single or not throw it at all for this dog. We're having a little fun. I'm looking at my iPad here because I've got the Garmin Alpha app going, and both these test dogs have got tracking collars on, so I'm watching the track of them, and
Right.
this is going to be kind of fun. Now,
Yeah, I think that's a smart move. We're either going to cool the dog off a little bit or get another dog.
They brought the middle gun out, and it appears that the second test dog is leaving the line,
Yeah,
so they're not
yeah.
going to even send him for that
Yeah,
bird.
no, that's a good choice. Yeah.
Guys, if you want to see where the bird lands, come see him now. We're fixing to
Okay, so Matt suggested everybody comes up and gets a good look at this. Handlers, you better mark where these birds are. Now, first test dog handled on that go bird.
Middle
and the
bird?
Middle bird.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did he disappear into that tall cover?
You could see him on the long bird, on the middle bird. Yeah.
All right, that's
Yep.
what scares me. You get,
Agreed.
because you don't know if if they disappear. You can see that cover change line
Yeah.
out near where that middle gun is,
Yeah.
and if they dove into that cover and you couldn't see them, you don't know if they're 10 yards deep or they're heading all the way to the tree line, and
Yeah.
so
And
you're going to
I
have to
can't
be
tell,
careful.
Pat. You see, I don't know if you can see it on the TV. From here, you can see to the left of that middle gun,
Those
and
two
deep
lights.
is 2 posts or something in the background. Now they
You
made an
think they're
announcement.
visible from dog level?
I don't know. They made the announcement they were going to cover them up, but I don't see them doing anything. So perhaps they, kneel down. I question whether they would be visible from dog level.
Now, if they punch through the cover
Yeah.
and get
Yeah.
a little bit deep,
Yeah.
I could see where they'd be visible.
But you know how that goes. You need to be careful if you're trying to cover something in the field and you do it with a holding blind.
Right.
You often, in
It's almost
essence,
worse
you
than-
created an attraction. So if you're going to do something there, you got to be pretty
burlap
careful.
bag or something.
Yeah, something nondescript. You don't.
And I suppose
you
if
don't
you
wanna
did a
put
holding
bullet-
blind and you just wrapped it around.
Oh, they'll still see that, and
Yeah,
a
and
holding blind is going to smell like something.
Yeah,
It's
if
going
they
to
get
look
the-
like something. Yeah.
I can't tell how far away from the
bird that is, the depth. Yeah.
but I think our drone perspective will probably give us some of that. But
Yeah.
cool. So I did get.
Do you know how far our dogs ran?
I'm working on what I have to do is get to find some of the. You're right. This would be one of those where you want to see the data.
Yeah. Hey, Lyle, you had the best boat yesterday, Lyle.
So there's.
Where we going nowhere. Hey, Hilda, you have a board somewhere?
Yeah.
There's 10.
Library. Okay.
I didn't get to ask the question Leo wanted to ask.
Very interesting. Okay. Well, if this is anything indicative,
Yeah.
this actually I should have shut it off and called it a separate hunt.
Oh, right.
But the test dogs combined ran 3.4 miles.
Wow. That's and that's something.
And that kind of puts it in perspective.
And the
doesn't
second test dog only got 2 birds.
it? Right.
How about that? Yeah. So
I'll tell you what. When you do a 400-yard mark,
yeah.
that's a half a mile there and back. If you go pretty
If you go
much
straight. That's right.
880 yards,
Yep. Yeah. That's
half
right.
a mile. So, let alone what the hunts.
I don't think these are 400.
No.
But I haven't got a number on them if we'll get a distance. But what's a little different about this test, and I think it's probably because of the field that the judges have to use, but you've got 2 long birds, 2 birds deep.
Yeah.
There's no short retired or middle retired. You've got 2 long retireds, which in this heat, guys are going to have to manage their dogs a little bit.
So I'm holding up my app called Distance Map,
Okay.
and from the road to the point of woods is 214 yards.
Okay.
So I would guess, as best I can, that right-hand bird is in the 230 range. You see?
Yeah. Yeah.
Measures to there.
Yeah.
So they're roughly. Would you say the 2 marks are about equidistant?
It feels from out there like the left one is further, but
Yeah, this one had 214 and 230.
yeah.
I mean,
okay.
it's my best
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, well, we'll see what we got here. So here's how this works, everybody. Remember, the highest score is really the lowest score.
Right,
Is how this
right.
works. You've accumulated the most penalty points. So the dog with the most penalty points starts this test. And there's 2 dogs, I think, that had a 6, which is pretty amazing.
That's right, yep.
Almost pretty much perfect. They will run at the end.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
And that was what, Stephen Durrance and Clark. Stephen with
Clark had a 6.
yeah, Stephen with Daisy and Clark with Jack.
all right.
Yeah, and then Kevin Baggett, an amateur, with an 11. So that was, and actually the next lowest score is Paul Argonoff with a 15.
So that's
so
Paul.
we've got
from
2.
Minnesota Paul.
Yeah, we've got 2 amateurs, and actually Kevin's other score, Kevin Baggett, also with Satchmo,
And,
with a
Stephen
19.
had a 16. So those dogs are not going to run today
For sure, not a
because
question.
they will. The hope is to finish this by the end of tomorrow, and then we make our cut.
Right.
And the cut goes to, what did we decide? It's 18 dogs, be 36 total.
Okay.
18 in each category. 18 open, 18 amateur. And then that will do the third series, and then they go from 18 to 12. The top 6 in each category. And then they go down from there. I'm pretty sure that's exactly right. They can correct me if I'm wrong. But as of now, everybody's going to run this that completed the first series. So I've got took a picture of the running order, and
First one is Tig. Chris Deacon and Tig is our first running dog.
All right, so the handlers are headed back. We're at 142. I'm going to do this is 10, 12 minute per dog.
I hope not, but it's gonna.
We're probably
yeah. By the time you
at 6 dogs an hour. Mm-hmm. Now, this is one of those tests that you're going to see a big variance, obviously. Yeah. And then what you're probably going to see is when people start to see a pattern, you may see quicker handles and things like that.
Yeah, it's going to force some decision making.
Good luck. All right. This is the time to get up there. Chris is headed up with Tig. And he's got 253 was his score. Would you get your dogs wet before you ran this?
If there was a chance, I absolutely would. And I think there's a pool in the holding blind there. And they're snapping a quick photo. I think that's right. They wanted to do a quick photo of every dog and handler before they run today.
Their tongues aren't hanging out.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but yeah, I'd love to. It looks like there's a pool in that holding blind, and a fan maybe, and I would love to just give them a little.
To have a dog truck with a pressurized tank. You could just hose the dog off, get them good and soaked. Mm-hmm. All right, well, here we go again, everybody.
Guns up, guns up.
Field trial triple. 2 longer retired birds.
Guns up.
We got a drone zipping around. We're getting lots of, we just had a great lunch. It was our game day festivities. And the Pork and Fork Company came in and brought some barbecue.
It was good. Yeah.
We had a whole grilled barbecue
Dog to the line.
gator, which was bacon wrapped alligator, which was, I've had alligator before, but this was as good as it gets. All right, here goes dog, I guess it's dog 19. Chris Deacon and Tig. You see, the handlers are wearing white here. They can wear their field trial gear.
And you know, that's something we haven't talked much about. Okay.
All
What's
right.
going on here?
For some reason, they
Going
must
back
not
to the
be
blind
quite
for a
ready. They
second.
sent them back to the
Yeah.
holding blind. What's that, Carl? You
I
started to say something.
you know, they're wearing white because it's a field trial, but you don't always wear white in a field trial, right? Depending
Well, they can
on
wear
the
what they
background.
want.
That's right. Yeah. But I was just going to kind of comment.
Right, if you
that
want to,
very often,
because in some
on
instances,
a bright day when the sun is behind you, you're actually more visible in black. But then again, when you've got a busy background with tents and all that stuff, maybe you want the white. So I think white's the right choice here, but it's not a foregone conclusion that we'll wear white because it's a field trial.
and I can't emphasize enough the importance of, okay, so the middle gun actually throws to the left, huh? Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah. I had that wrong. I described that improperly.
Won't be the last time.
Well, I'm Pat Burns, if you don't know that, and I'm joined here by my good friend Carl Gunzer. Carl?
It's good to see you. Good to be here.
Carl and I competed in field trials a number of years ago together, and we were talking about finishing a national together, and we're sitting on stage watching a national right now.
That's right. That's right.
A championship event.
Yeah.
Anytime you get a chance to be with old friends and talk dogs, it's a good day, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, back when we finished that national, I think you were probably one of the few people that was already running dogs two-sided, most likely.
Great point here.
But back then, 2000-ish, there weren't a lot of guys two-siding. The Mike Lardy and a few of the crew from kind of Wisconsin all were two-siding dogs.
This is
It's become much more popular and prevalent. But I think we're going to see that here. I think we'll see quite a few dogs. If you have a two-sided dog here today, that might be an advantage with
well, there's look at that picture.
3 guns to the right and 1 over there to the left.
There's an appreciation I didn't have. How tight the middle gun is to the decoy gun.
Yep. Yep.
I think
Exactly.
they're trying to get him. They're making some adjustments there. But so while we're talking about two sides, here's what Carl's saying is the two sides meaning the dog heels on the left or the right. And you see this real short gun on the left, the dogs are they're gonna want to look at that. And if you have a left-sided dog, there's a bigger temptation to swing over and look at that short gun in hopes of getting something more exciting. And just set it right there.
So.
And not even see the middle bird.
That's right.
And it's hard to mark something you can't see. So they're making an adjustment. They're driving out with some branches.
Hopefully they're not going to drive through the test. We'll see where that goes. It's always
sure. Do you think they're? Well, I'm not sure what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're either going to do one of two things. They're either going to put some branches where the birds are landing, or they're going to cover up. There's
those
two
posts way down there. Yeah, not even white. I'd say they're like tan.
But they look. They give you. They're light colored, and they may draw some attention.
Yeah.
When the guns go back and hide, and but I'm not sure. Well, we're gonna know pretty quickly what they're up to. But they're taking some brush out into the field. There's a good view of the mat, the Purina Pro Plan SRS Crown
Yeah, we need a
2025.
We need a broom. Clean that off.
Yeah, get the umpire out there with his little. So Carl. It became a tradition now to use a mat like that and give that to the winner.
That's right. That's the fun part about it.
So can I tell you a cool story?
Absolutely.
Maybe you already know this. Kirk Nesbitt from Nevada, Carson City, Reno area, has a dog named Teal that Bill Sargenti, good friend,
trained
worked with Rex. Billy Sargenti was training the dog, and Billy was running the dog in a national in California and won that national. And Kirk had kind of gone back a few years later and just reminiscing where the 10 series was, where his dog won. And he's standing and said, I think it was right about here. And he's kind of looking down, and he looks down in the grass and he kicks it around. And the mat from the 10 series was still there.
Oh, I'll be darned. I did not know that.
Years
That's
later,
awesome.
And he rips it out of the grass, takes it and puts it in his garage.
I'll be darned.
And I don't know if it's true, but he said that was the beginning of saving the mat for the winner.
Yeah.
His mat was just a rubber mat, but isn't that something?
That's amazing.
He's standing there going, I think that bird was here, and just dreaming about his national field champion female. Teal.
Yeah.
And
wasn't it Cropper's Riverwater Black Teal or something like that? Something similar.
I told the story earlier about meeting Willie Mays at that national because they had a tribute to Rex Carr in his retirement party.
Right.
And Willie Mays and manager Herman Frank, when they played for San Francisco Giants, would go up to that area and pheasant hunt.
Okay.
They got to be friends with Rex, and they came. Now I don't know if it's true, but the story was that that Willie Mays would sometimes shoot flyers for Rex.
I'll be darned.
That Willie Mays out there shooting a flyer. But it was really quite a deal. But it was that national, so I do remember that well. But so that's kind of the story, and so Purina has since provided a line mat.
just 1-4 though. So we get 2 of them made, and one's going to get all trampled, and then the other one will be pristine, and we'll give that to the winner.
Okay. Well, you might need to get 3 of them.
Yeah, I was
because
thinking
you
about
got
that
an
with
amateur and
the
open winner.
That's right. That's right.
But you know what? I'd kind of like the trampled one.
Yeah, wouldn't that? Yeah,
That'd be the one
right.
I'd want. I want the one with all the sweat and blood and tears. they
Yeah,
had.
yeah. Dog spit.
Okay, so that was a good move, and they had to. If they would have waited and run this dog, and then
you can't.
and
change
then
the
went out
test.
and covered that up, they couldn't have done that. So
That's right.
they covered up those white pipes, which it was a good move.
Yeah. Yep. Because you never know as the day goes on where the sun hits those,
Yeah.
they become more obvious.
You don't need to make this any more difficult. Okay.
That's right.
Dog number 19. There's a great view from right behind.
And here's a case of a
Yep,
two-sided
yeah,
dog.
side view.
Yeah.
He's going like,
What happened?
what did I miss? Okay.
Okay, got a good look at that bird.
And he broke.
Well,
Or he took off and he came back. I don't know if he broke, but I thought. And they didn't get a shot on the go-bird? Was there a shot?
I don't think there was a shot on the go-bird. So that's where I don't know the rules as much. You know, here handlers are allowed to talk to their dogs. If the dog starts to go and you tell them heel or sit, are you still
Is it
okay?
control break? I don't know.
Yep. We'll have to, when we get Rhodey back up here, we'll talk about that.
I know.
I can tell you if that happened to me at the National Field Trial, you're out.
Yeah,
you're
you'd
done.
just turn in and you'd be excused right then.
You're done. Yeah. Well, here's the first dog to mark the go-bird. We've had 2 test dogs, couldn't find that bird, so.
They've got a long way to retire, and
Yeah,
they're
they
going
do.
to have to do it. Because a dog with a faster turn may get back before they're out of sight, but he did.
Yeah, the middle gun there took a while to retire. It's
Is it obvious to go for the right bird second?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
Because that's one of the first things you always ask is, all right, let's figure out our order of pickup.
Yeah, yeah. When I looked at it up there, there was really not much question in my mind. That was the strategy.
Well, this is where the decoy gun is going to, and that's what happened here. This dog rolled in, was affected by the gun that's the visible gun.
So there's 2 whistles with no reaction. So that's, my understanding is a whistle refusal is 5 points, right? So we've had a couple, so that's earning points right there when you blow the
You
whistle
bet.
and there's no response and a hunt out of the area. So we're,
Yeah, he says,
there we
Finally
go.
gets a stop here. One of the things, when I was consulting clients, our national amateurs were always in June in warm months. And you had to, you get wrapped up into the excitement of a test. And this dog just picked up.
Yeah, yeah.
I said, don't. Nothing's worth letting them get overheated. So
That's,
and
that's right.
this is where great nutrition, conditioning, preparation are gonna come.
Absolutely.
And,
Absolutely. And a lot of overheating is a mental thing too.
Yes.
You know, some dogs just
Excitement.
run hot. They're excited. They got adrenaline. Well,
this dog says, I'm not coming in without a bird.
That's
So
right.
The gunner came out. He's going to get him a bird so he can get him picked up.
Well, and Chris probably knows he was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's not going anywhere.
Yeah. He had a rough
At
first.
293,
and
they're going to drop.
yeah, he was.
Well,
There's no sense in taking any chances or letting
they
the dog
go
run
from
around.
what 60 to what we say to 18.
Yeah, so 36, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 18 in each. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably not going to work. So I think
So-
that's a smart move for Chris. Unfortunate though.
But we've all done it.
Yeah. All right. Next is Michael Demmer and Cajun.
Right. Michael. Finish the. I'm not sure what. I don't think it was this dog. And judged the year before. I think I mentioned that yesterday.
Okay. Yeah. So,
Okay.
well, Chris
Well-
is walking by here with Tig, and he's plenty warm. So, I think that was a good move. Unfortunately,
I'll tell you what, these these nationals at this level. There you go, 4-year-old Cajun. Yellow Labrador.
Yep. Another
Comes in here with
two-sided dog.
245 points.
Yeah.
Michael's a professional. He's in the open division. Now you're allowed to identify, point out the gun stations. Interesting. Do you see what he did?
Yep. Yeah.
What he did there, people, is he had the dog initially on the right, and then he moved him to the left. Do you think he felt he could get, because what he's working at now is identifying the middle gun station.
Right.
And the reason that's harder is because the middle gun their lines are pretty close.
It's tighter to the back
middle
of that
mark
fake gun.
is close to the decoy mark. So identifying that is a separate station. Okay, there's bird 1, the right-hand mark. You heard the first shot was your decoy gun, dry shot. They're throwing the lighter colored flasher birds on these. More visibility.
Well, that
There
sucker
goes
was
our
up
Gobert.
there. Yep.
Do anything? I mean, you just sick them? Would you step up and bump them out on this Go-Bird to try to get...
That always makes me nervous because, there's a chance that they look off of it and look for something else to happen.
and they don't
And
see it hit
then
the
you
ground.
come back to it and then they want to look at the gun.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it's a little bit
It
of
is
a
tricky. And what-
training versus trialing thing.
Now, if they're on the right, you're not stepping up.
Right.
But that dog was on the left. So,
Yep.
but you better hope they mark that bird, I guess,
You bet.
is what it
You
amounts
bet.
to.
Yep. Now here,
Okay, so preserving some energy. Trying to get we call that a pre-delivery look. He's trying to cue him into that area before he takes the bird, tries to refocus. Now, you see him kind of stepping up a little bit, making sure he doesn't. Starts getting developed that bends into that middle gun.
that's going to be rough.
The other thing that you have to be aware of is this is to have a right to left crosswind. So
This bird could be hard to handle too here, and the dog could end up
right,
getting that left
because
bird if you let him run.
what I'm saying here is that they not only have the decoy gun, the wind is pushing the dogs to the left.
And they're going to be so far left, they're never going to win that right bird. I shouldn't say
The
never.
dog threw his
Yeah.
nose up there
Yeah.
and just kind of made a beeline to the right. Now,
He might have winded that holding blind back in the woods
Yes.
though, but now he's coming back out. See, and that's a little bit the danger of that holding blind or that gunner deep in the woods there, is that the dog finds that and then it holds
Carl,
him back there.
would you even? I'm trying to think of order of pickup.
Mm-hmm.
If you got the middle bird second, would that create
On
more
purpose?
push to the right on the right bird?
Well, he's about to get it, but on purpose, you mean?
Yeah.
Pick it up. It might.
No,
It might. I just don't know if you'd get enough push. They're pretty far apart and they're diverging. I don't know if you'd get any push there or not.
All right.
I think
We'll
we're
have
going
big
to
hunt
see
in the
a
deadly
lot
betwixt
of
and
this.
between.
This is a kind of a no man's land between these two birds. And
Now, one thing that kind of is a little bit what's going to happen here is these are the dogs that were not on their game yesterday.
that's right. That's right.
So
Yeah. The work.
oftentimes these are the
technically,
dogs
the
that
work-
just aren't running well right now.
That's right. That's right. Technically, the work should get better just on the merits of
Just right.
the
But,
dogs. But
This isn't. I mean, there's really no benefit to the scent building up here. You get. I guess unless it's going to help you when you get to the fall area, maybe a little bit.
yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah.
The cover's really low, so you're not going to be getting. And again, because they're not real birds, the scent and typical drag back.
Won't build up as much. Yeah, yeah. Well, so far the first two have been very affected by the dry gun in the middle. You know, they've both sucked into that and wanted to hunt that.
Okay. Okay. I'll tell you one thing they've got to do here. I see their short gun is restringing the winger as the handler is
Yeah, the short gun's thinking we might be
starting to
done.
move a little bit to get the winger ready, and I'm sure they're not going to want him doing that when the dog's trying to get ready to get sent. So he sat right back down. These young men, I think probably yesterday was the first day they ever
threw a bird.
So,
Yeah,
so they're doing it.
They've been doing a great job. Yep.
And they wouldn't know that. That would be instructions. That now Michael got a pretty solid line on this.
Yeah, he did. The test dog did not win the bird right there, but it felt like he might have. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's going to depend on how hot they are. You could, you know, you get a light breeze off the right here, you might win that bird a little outside it there, but you know, once a dog is hot, been around a while.
Now, I can't see the dog at my level.
I
there
cannot
he is.
either.
There he is. He's back by where those white pipes are, aren't they? Or he's back behind the cover. I saw him. Now I can't tell the depth, but
I
This
think
is
that's
scary.
probably a smart move, because whenever it's hot and a dog is hunting out of sight,
you just don't.
you gotta. There we go. He might have been close there.
Oh,
He might have. There we go. Okay.
man, he couldn't have got much closer to that bird.
Yeah. Nope.
So he's handled on the right bird and the left bird. Or right bird and the middle bird.
Yep.
The middle retired. I think he had a better effort on the middle retired than the right. He
Yeah,
got close,
for sure.
he just got
for
deep
sure.
and had to be brought back into the area.
Yeah.
The right-hand bird didn't.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if anybody decides to go middle second. You know, that wasn't, like I said, that
No,
wasn't,
it
wasn't
but I'm just
intuitive
kind
when you were
of
up
watching
there,
this play
but,
out
you know,
a little bit.
You watch the test a little bit, and maybe you do go for it. Again, to me, it depends a lot on what you see when you send the dog, when you take the dog to the line. Is he watching the birds?
Yes.
Does he like a bird for some reason? Sometimes they do. You know, they'll sort of say, "Hey, I really like that right hand."
Theory
guy."
being a lot of times that the first bird shot leaves a stronger impression.
Yes. Yeah. They've looked at it longer.
Right.
Sometimes they head swing through the second one.
Right.
Don't get a good look at it. I think, who's our third dog here, Pat?
Okay, our third dog coming up.
Chance.
Yep.
Kelsey Brown. All right.
And Chance, dog
Yeah.
number 11, came in with a 241. All right, now I'm going to start to
Time some dogs here. See what
and
we
let's
take.
see what we've
Yeah.
got. I think our last dog is probably indicative of our average time, which I didn't time, but it's 2:05. I can't. Well, I'm not going to say it because I didn't think they. I can't see them going to 7 o'clock tonight or after 7 with the length of these marks.
Correct. Although, you know, once again,
They do have the flash,
they have the white, white birds.
and maybe it isn't going to be that much different.
Right.
The cover in the area of these birds is much less than the cover
Yes.
on the previous
Yep.
test.
Yep.
It's been fairly recently mowed. Notice the brush that they were throwing your left-hand bird in the first series. They pulled. They got.
Yeah.
They pulled.
But
it out of
but they left the decoys, so we still got the
They did
decoys
leave the
out there. There's
decoys.
another something white for the dogs to look at. You know,
And at this point, I think the judges are kind of talking about, coming together on a scoring system.
yeah,
I think
what
there's
they're
a-
seeing.
All right, how are we going to do this? And typically, we'll start to see scores after 5 or 6 dogs.
Yep.
And then they'll try to, as they get going, and they'll start popping them up quicker.
They waited a little longer the other day, yesterday.
They did.
Not
You're
start,
right.
They didn't give scores after 5. It was probably 8 or 9, maybe.
They've got a fan in the second holding blind.
And a little pool there.
Now the thing I watched at one of the warm tests is the handlers would go in and let the dogs drink. I would not want a dog to tank a bunch of water prior to running this.
Agreed.
And I wouldn't even want him to tank right after running this. All right, dog number 11. Getting him wet is a different thing. And you've got me thinking about this thing where you teach the dogs to plunge their head into a bucket.
Yeah.
And it's a cooling off mechanism.
I will get you some information on that research.
Yes.
It's good podcast fodder.
Okay.
Well, that's a good look there. He looks solid. This is where.
Well,
So what do you do here?
She's
Pat?
dog number 11, not dog number 12.
Oh, that's right.
She's got her game day jersey on.
That's an Aggie. That's a 12th man Aggie
12th
thing.
man.
Yeah,
That's what they got. We got a bunch of Texas A&M contingent here. Yeah, I wasn't very well received in my Tennessee gear over there. I had to get out of the tent. I thought they were going to vandalize my stuff. You were about to say something, Carl.
Yeah. So I wasn't sure how well he saw that winger bird. I hope he got a mark on. So what do you do when you come up to the line here? That middle gun doesn't do anything, but it's going to shoot. Do you, before you call for the birds, do you have your dog looking at that right-hand mark and just leave him on the right-hand mark? And then when that middle gun pops, does he swing to it? Or what do you have your
Great
dog
question.
looking at when that
You're certainly
middle,
not going to cue it as a mark.
No.
Here's a dog having a pretty good hunt on this.
Yeah, I wasn't convinced how well he saw that. You know, I didn't see his head follow that bird, but I couldn't see his eyes, of course. So that can be the trouble with those winger birds. Sometimes there's no arm movement, right?
Yes. They come out a little fast.
They come out fast, yep.
They used a winger on the middle bird in the
hunt test series.
hunt test
Yep.
series,
Mm-hmm.
which gave us a consistent throw. Okay, he's got the go bird here.
Yep. But that bird was,
Oftentimes the last bird down is called nicknamed
Go bird.
Go bird.
Yep.
Okay, so they're doing a good thing here. They've got a truck coming in with a bunch of ice, so they're going to not only have swimming pools, they're going to have ice water in the swimming pools.
All right, Chance.
So she definitely got
She's got a good look
a
here.
wider
Yep.
line. Is the perfect line close to those decoys?
It's left of them for sure. I think you want them a little closer.
Well, this dog is certainly going more in the direction, bending in about somewhere
got a
a little bit behind where the gun stood.
Yeah, yep.
So this
a little bit of tailwind there. So now,
kind of, I've lost sight of the dog right here. I don't know if she can see. Oh, there's a little bit of, okay. So the dog is hunting.
kind of between the guns again,
the guns.
which I think is going to be a common
Dogs will
phenomenon
tend
today.
to hunt with the wind.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So
it's hard
that
for
would
them.
that would tend to get them to hunt to the left until they smell it, but the dog is coming back. But I think the dog's acknowledging the scent of
Yeah.
the thrower. The thrower retreating back into the woods and hunting on the downwind side of where he's winded where the gunner is.
And as you'd say, you got a little information over there. He knew something happened over there, so he's going to push out, hopefully.
And certainly one of the real advantages of having that great score in the early is that you're going to run later and you're going to have more, you're going to be more educated on how quick to handle.
Absolutely. You're going to figure out where you can recover from and where you can't, you know?
Because you get those low scores. I mean, if you could just keep the same gap between that and the dogs ahead of you, so you're going to know what your competition's got. But it'll be interesting. I tell you, the dogs that could make a big jump are those dogs, 40s, 50s, 60s,
Yes,
70 dogs.
yeah,
You know, those
yeah,
dogs that are
yeah.
below 100,
Yep.
that are kind of in the,
Yep.
and there's quite a few of them in that.
Yeah. And we're going to see some good jobs here too. I mean,
You bet you will.
The test dog, he just stabbed that right-hand bird, and we're going to have a few do that. And
All right, so she reeled him in, going to handle over to the right-hand bird. You're going to see some, okay. She reeled him in, essentially gave one cast, and he went to the bird.
yeah, yeah, that was a great cast.
You're going to see some people be proactive and handling quicker. I'd be willing to bet.
Mm-hmm.
On that right-hand bird, especially.
Yep.
I told you I was going to time it, but I never pressed start. I just got it ready to go, so we'll have to wait and time our next couple.
Well, and that pool ice, that's a little bit of a tricky thing. You want the water maybe cool, but not cold. You know, when a dog's overheating, you don't want to plunge them in ice cold water. That can
Right.
cause them constriction of the blood vessels and actually make it a little harder to cool them. So they're probably just
What about
chilling
prior?
the water. I wouldn't want them. I wouldn't want
Yeah,
ice water.
ice
I would say I'd want.
But it might be something you would scoop and just
Yeah.
pour in
yeah.
the back.
I'd want them wet
Then-
for sure.
Yeah.
I like the idea of a little evaporative cooling,
Right.
but
Knowing your dog's heat tolerance, important.
mm-hmm.
You know, one of the things in conditioning, you can kind of monitor, you know, how does he compare to the other dogs? How does he?
Yep.
Yeah.
This is now he needs to give just a little bit here, and he's holding.
Don't you think if he gets deep enough here, they're going to tend to hunt to the? Well, did she blow real?
She handled there. Yeah, I think he was pretty hot, and I think she's
Yeah.
probably
You're right.
about to lose the dog into that heavy cover. I think it's probably a smart move.
So, but you're going to learn something here in watching some of these dogs, even when they handle, kind of where they seem to get to the bird from. You know,
Mm-hmm.
there's a little bit of hunting, and a pattern's going to develop. There's going to be there's always a sweet spot.
Yeah.
It's just not obvious what it is yet.
Yeah.
And for many of these dogs, this is probably what they do the least amount of.
Right.
If you've
Right.
spent your time focused on, you know, HRC,
Hunt tests. Yeah.
hunt test,
Yeah.
AKC stuff, and the majority of what they've done is not necessarily this. But there's a handful of
Oh, there's a few
quite
field champions in here.
UA2
Yeah.
dogs.
Yeah.
Dogs that there's a few field trial champions in here.
Yeah.
But this is anything. I mean, just because you're a field trial dog doesn't mean this test is easy.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Okay, here we go. We got
So we're gonna help. So
we've
Kelsey's
out of the first 3 dogs, we've had 1 completion.
correct, and that was with.
Oh, not necessarily a good completion.
Right,
But these
right,
2 dogs have
Yeah, but at least got
picked
the
up,
birds.
so they're
Yeah.
they'll be
Yep.
they won't be scored. They'll just be gone. They'll be
Yeah.
okay.
All right.
I mean-
Next we got Mark Carter and Rip, and
Okay. Mark Carter and Rip, 221. Dog number 24 in the amateur division. We're a
He's-
little more on task here. I'm getting the numbers, and you're getting
Yeah.
the.
we'll figure this another couple days. Well, another couple days I'll be gone, but yeah. Mark should know this dog well. You know, it's a 10-year-old dog, and he's got a little experience running him, so no substitute
Okay.
for knowing your dog.
Yes, and I think we said this morning that this is this may be his retirement
Okay.
effort here. Might be Rip's last event. So there's a good perspective. Being the differentiating between, here we go, Mark Carter, the decoy gun and the middle gun.
So have you decided what you've got your dog looking at when this first gun goes off? You looking at the right-hand gunner, long gun?
Yeah, I am. And I'm going to be, let me put it this way. I'm going to watch this off the right if I've got two-sided dog. And when they shoot the dry shot, would you step up right away?
I think I'd push him right back out to that long gun.
Yeah.
And make him
Agree.
think you
Almost like he
re-thrung it,
head swung.
like you head swung, and you're going to re-throw it. Yep. I think
Yeah, I agree with
I think you'd have him look at that long gun twice.
I mean, my routine here is not, again, because you're more in I'm cueing both these long birds with a firm hand. And when I say I put prior to signaling,
Yep.
and they're going to have a firm,
Sit.
I don't say, I say the word mark, I just say it in a real business-like, almost like you would say back or here. To create really the focus on the discipline act.
I like saying
aspect
pay
of what
attention.
they're about to witness.
Pay
right?
attention, yeah.
Pay attention. You're going along. Okay. There goes Rip set on the right-hand bird. Now, when I'm trying, he's not going to take any chances. Now, if you stepped up really hard on this right-hand bird, does the landblind have any effect from the previous series?
I don't, you'd have to be pretty far right of those two decoys.
Right.
I thought about that when I was up there.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm looking from a different line. I'm thinking I'm part to say is like, can you point too far right here? And if you do, are they gonna all bend left? No.
Well,
I'm not a false liner usually.
Yeah, no.
It just doesn't.
I don't think you want to poke them into the back corner of the field back there, but
You're certainly going to influence really aggressively at the bird, though.
and some people would argue, I might be one of those people occasionally,
Yeah.
that you can get more out of a pull than a push. And depending on how you like to use the line mat or what your judge's instructions are, I still might run that bird off of a left from the left side of the mat with a pull to try and get a little more angle off of that dummy gun there. But
I've heard Ledford say that. Are you one that if you want to influence to the right, you run from the left side of the mat?
I absolutely. If I
Okay,
want to try
very
and
good.
create a gap, it's like thinking about your stance in golf or baseball at the line,
Gotcha.
how you use the mat. Brody and I talked a little bit about that this morning, and he has a similar philosophy.
I tell you, there's a lot to be learned here. This guy did a very preemptive handle on that. 10-year-old dog, he wants to be safe, but
And this will
start
be
to see this dog go out and mark this middle bird reasonable. If they're a little fresher,
Yep.
I can certainly see that being a strategy.
And I think he got a little information, something. Boom. I mean, nice.
Nice mark
So
there. Well,
there you
that's-
go. There's a lot to be learned there. And the score is going to help because now you're going to get a little information on how the judges
Scored the
are going to
right-hand bird.
score that right-hand bird, a handle versus a hunt. Because, in effect, he had two really good birds here and then a handle. So,
He could sell that job probably
yeah.
on the open market.
Yeah. Good boy, Rip. So, all right, from Rip to Rumble. So, and this is going to be Kevin Baggett again, and he's
Really? Now wait a minute. What about Lyle and Thor?
Oh, did I miss it here?
Yeah.
I got to relook at my.
I'm looking up there. Yeah, we've got Lyle up there. Number 98 is who I have. Lyle and Thor.
Oh,
Oh,
I,
and he has a 166. But I think what happened.
I think I'm looking at the score sheet.
You're right.
And there's
I
some
think-
shuffles because
Right.
of
He has a
putting dogs
better
in between.
score than
Yeah.
than the dog below him, but they needed to lead. They needed to space him out with
That's
this
right.
dog,
Okay.
55 dog.
Yep.
So yeah,
Yep.
that's what
I was
they're all
looking
about.
at the scores. You're looking at the running order. That's probably the better
I took a
plan.
picture of the running order board. Okay, so correct. Right. Yeah, we did see that. Thor and Lyle again, and that's what they're doing. They need to give the handlers a chance to get their dogs cooled off. And
Yep. Get ready for the next one.
Lyle was going to be too. needed
Wouldn't
to
have
come
enough
back up
time
too
in between
quickly.
them.
Okay. All right. 6-year-old yellow Labrador male. Master National, MH. You know, Lyle made a big hole there, cued with the hand on the right-hand bird. Are you? Is this one of those? Are you going to show them the short? Are you just going to see if they acknowledge it? You're not going to.
If they acknowledge it, I'm not doing anything. But I will make sure that they saw it or have an awareness of that bird.
You don't want them to be surprised.
I don't want to be surprised. I did
Okay.
that one time in the night series of a national, and my dog broke. So I
Okay.
am a stickler about making sure that they know what's coming, if it's possible. Now you can always have a pop-up or a walkout fly or
Right.
something like that that causes trouble.
Yeah, you know that middle bird gives you a nice bounce.
That was very visible. Okay.
All right.
Those birds were super visible, and the dog seemed to watch them. So
All right. So I did think of pushing the
Starting
start
the
button
watch?
just as he sent. So I'm going to go send to send on a few and see what kind of average. He went out there and just went perfect on the go bird there.
we're gonna have a few pound this. Maybe Lyle will be the first.
Sure we are. Sends with authority. Gets a pretty solid start. Is starting to bend in a little bit, but I don't think. Well, this looks a little bit more like.
Here's where
Now this.
Here's where there was the right puff of wind. Yeah, you're gonna be okay there. Nicely done. There's our,
Essentially hit where the gun stood,
yeah, yep.
and never really faded too much. Faded
Right.
some, but. So very good mark there. Sends with a lot of authority again.
Go to the end of the field.
You
But
think
not
there's
too
more
far.
trouble left on this bird? Probably so. If they
I do, and you know it's
He's
tight
going-
enough. It's
going
tight enough
nice here.
behind that. It's tight enough behind that gun that there's not.
Boy, and the dog, you see him kind of
Came
raise
in
his
under
head
the
up.
arc,
He's
I'll be
got a
darned,
pretty good
yeah.
instinct that there's a bird in there. Oh, he's had. Again, it's only been 2 minutes and 10 seconds since he was launched for the go bird. So, but now he's hunting to the right more. There, I think he's probably going off of the retreat trail, the trail that the gunner goes back and retires on. He must be directly deep of the decoy gun right now, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you had hoped he would fade just a little bit.
Well, it's a good thing it's a little cooler than it was on setup
Yes.
day on
Yes,
Thursday. If it was 95 and humid, this would be
yes.
tough. but it's not that bad for.
Yeah, he's still
Shreveport.
putting on a pretty
Mm-hmm. He's kind of in between the. He's down where the gun
right
stood.
in where the gun stood
Yeah.
in there, I think,
Now he's
isn't he?
got to drift a little bit to the.
But he's. And I talked about hunting downwind. He's not hunting downwind.
Right.
He hasn't. He's stayed in that area pretty hard, where at or slight or behind where the gun stood. And this, I guess, if he's getting, he's getting over near it now.
There should be a bird right there.
Okay.
Yeah, his looked like it had bounced. I saw it bounce up, so it couldn't have been too tall a cover. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yep.
That's right on the edge. They didn't want it too deep in that cover where people couldn't see the dog pick up the bird. So.
Well, there's our first.
Yeah, that's our first
Yes.
completion with no whistles, right?
Right. Two excellent marks and
Mhm.
one pretty substantial hunt.
Medium well hunt.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
yeah.
it's certainly the best job so far.
Yeah. So I'm just going to try and get our temperature here, Pat. See if I can let people know what the temperature is in Shreveport. And it says it's 82 in Minden.
82.
That's okay, huh?
Yeah.
That's not as bad as it could have been.
Okay, now we're coming up with. Now we're going to get Kevin and Rumble, huh?
Yeah.
Dog 84. So from the time he launched to now, it's only 4 minutes and 41 seconds. All right, two-year-old Labrador male.
That's pretty good to be here at 2, huh?
I'll say. He's trying to make sure he can. There's a lot of things to look at out there.
Yeah, especially for a
A lot of
2-year-old.
things in white.
Yeah.
There's decoys that are white. There's decoy gunners that are white. There he goes with signals. There's a good perspective. Okay, so I did send to send, and
Alright.
it was about 6 minutes, 5 minutes and 55 seconds. So the really good, I mean, your really good jobs are going to be 5 to 7 minutes, probably, right? 5 to 6 minutes.
Yeah. So somewhere between. Oh, he's having a little hunt on this left-hand bird. Again, you know, you get all worried about those two way out there, and this little go bird here can make you crazy.
Well, it certainly creates that brain drain.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. There we go. That wasn't too bad.
Okay.
You know, pretty impressive. Kevin, an amateur, he's got at least 3 dogs here. I don't know if he had any more, but his other 2 have a combined total of 20 to 30 points for 2 dogs.
Well, and he's gaining some information
Absolutely.
right now on
Yeah.
how he wants to manage this for
You bet.
the dogs that he hasn't yet to run. I didn't realize that. Well, that's certainly impressive.
He's got an 11, a 19, and a 11, a 19, and then a lot more.
So we sent Rumble with the big allowed send.
This is looking like a little young doggy here.
Strongly
Yeah,
to the decoy gun.
looking like a 2-year-old now. Just
And he says, well, there's got to be a bird by this guy.
yeah. It's a lot of test for a 2-year-old dog.
Mhm.
2 long retireds with a outgun there.
Well, he's scratching his head thinking like, how long do I let him hunt back there? And I don't know if he can see him.
He's gaining on where the right-hand gunner stood right now. He's right up against the tree line. You can see him.
Gotcha. Okay.
And now I lost him again. He might be in the woods on the right-hand bird there.
I don't think it's going to affect him, but the decoy gunner, well, he's in that betwixt and between zone. Is he going to go all the way over and get the right-hand bird now? He's a lot closer to the right-hand bird.
That's
than
where
he
I
is.
had seen him, yeah. He might win the right-hand bird.
He's over there about where the gun stood on the right-hand
Yep.
station. Yeah.
Well, this is getting tough now.
Yes, it
Thinking
is.
he's going to have to do something here because it's just,
Yeah, he's just.
I mean, even if you find this bird at this point, are you going to have a chance on the next one?
Correct. Yeah, I always get nervous when I'm not seeing him.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Here!
Where's he going to come out?
Here!
I thought I saw a little head there, but
Yep. Isn't that him there? Just.
kind of in the middle. I don't see him. I thought I did, but
I did too. I thought I saw. Yeah, that is where he is. He's up.
Here!
Up. He was up visiting the right-hand retired gun station. Yeah. Here he comes in now.
might have just got a little snoot of it there.
Yeah, these are the things you're really now. You're studying as a yet to run handler is where do they come up with this bird? What are you thinking now? You're wondering, like, do I send for this?
Yeah, I'm wondering with a
would you look at-
2-year-old dog if I'm going to poke him out there again or not. I'd look at him right now when he comes back and see how hot he looks, and
Certainly.
what his tongue looks like, and what's to
Tell
be
you what I'm
gained.
going to do is get that bird out of his mouth so he can breathe.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Well,
good, though.
I'll tell you what, it looks better than I thought he would
There's a
look.
dog that,
Can take.
again, you're always looking for that tongue to curl,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, his eyes still
you're
look
not
right.
you're not going to let him flounder here.
No. Yeah.
And he's trying to push, but
Yeah, if you think about it,
Again,
this is a
a lot to
little
ask
derby
out of a
dog.
2-year-old
Yeah,
dog.
yeah, yeah,
they're going on faith here.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And he's going to handle to the bird. Out of safety, I'm not a big one to pick up. I'm going to pick up if, in this instance, if I'm worried about safety.
You bet, you bet.
They won't stop.
Yep.
But I tell people, whether they learn something from being handled, I just don't like them get in the habit of like, oh, I can't find it, we're going to quit.
Yeah, yeah.
But, so I get the fact. Now, I may have considered not sending.
Right, right. Or sometimes on a deal like that is as soon as you realize you're going to have to handle, you can ask the judges to have the gun come out.
There you go.
And then,
Then
you
the
just
dog's
sort of get a
completing
little
the
bit of an
test. Completing the
education. You complete the test. Maybe you get a little bit of
Yeah, good
confidence.
point.
You get the dog as a 2-year-old that he's not going to get. I mean, you know at this point with
Right.
with your initial series score and then 2 handles
not-
here, you're not
going
coming back. So. Yeah.
Now, this is a safe area. It's a big piece of property, but sometimes there's a road behind that tree line.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, and you're really worried
Yeah.
about, like, if he gets out of sight, he could be in the road. I mean, so so this is a place where you're,
Yeah.
I mean, there is a road, but it's way, way.
Well,
way
now
back.
his tongue is pretty lollygagging
just-
here, and
He is going to handle it over there. He says, I just need to pick something up.
yeah.
He says, we just need to,
Yeah.
now that tongue's really flapping now. A little bit to the right. You may see it here in a
Yeah.
second. It's right. No, the depth is not easy here. He's close.
I know in a AKC trial at times, I don't know if it ever happens here, if the judges instruct the handler to pick up or
Right.
can make
Yeah.
a call, but I know in AKC trials often,
Yeah.
I've tried to evade the tap on the shoulder a few times in my life, but
Yeah. Especially at a national, you're running
Yeah.
around trying to keep him from
yeah.
Why don't you just go ahead and reel him in?
Yeah, yeah,
That's what Ray Vreeland would say. Why don't you just go ahead and reel him in?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because once you get hot, it can be hard just to handle to that bird too.
Yes. Yeah, this is not. Okay. I think they're talking to the gunner to come out
Yeah.
and help the dog.
Yeah, there we go. Hard to do, but probably the right move here.
Oh, without a doubt. He says, boy, am I glad to see you. Yeah. Well, 2 years old, he'll be back.
Mm-hmm, no doubt. All right,
Okay,
is Truck our next one? Or
that's what I have.
okay,
Rob and Truck, 162. We got a couple 162s.
how's your watch looking on that one? How long did we?
Yeah, this is he's at 10 minutes and 36 seconds,
Yeah.
and he hasn't delivered, so. So one was good. Look at him, jumps in the, he's looking for,
He's looking for water to jump in, maybe. That's the bucket of. So,
yeah, get that guy cooled down.
well, our next
Still
one.
pretty darn good, but he wants to shade in a hurry.
Yeah, yeah. Well, our next
It's a little
dog.
tricky though. They got the pool, and there's a dog in the holding blind in the pool. They got to get a.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need two pools
Yeah,
because that dog that just came offline ran and jumped in the pool,
yeah.
and there's another. That's a good way to have a fight start.
Yeah. All right. I remember F250 from the first series here.
Okay.
This dog has got a field trial background, so maybe he's used to looking at some white coats.
There he just signaled. So I make sure I count the judge's signaling cadence.
Yeah, get the cadence. Yep. Know
And he
how
was,
quickly to
like,
move your dog.
It was a quick cadence from the dry shot to the right bird, but 2 to 3 second delay between. Okay. So 12 minutes and 27 seconds
Wow.
on the send to send.
Well, Breeze just took out the camera's umbrella.
They're keeping a pretty close eye on this dog that just came off line, which they need to.
We're still looking a little bit for that go bird. That can be a tricky bird.
Yeah, and that's something. How many times have you? Last series, they got this big quad, and they got a wipe out short bird, and you're focusing on the how am I going to do the long bird? How am I going to do that bird? And they can't find the 40-yard bird.
Yeah.
I'm like, But this dog is putting on a pretty good hunt. You'd
Well, it's
think
just
you'd-
a
with
sea
that
of
winger, you'd think you'd
consistent
get
grass
good
out there.
Consistency.
Yeah.
There, he's got it there.
All right.
I remember, I wasn't there, but one of the amateur nationals in Mondovi, Wisconsin, 5th series landmarks, and they had a hen pheasant flyer that the dogs were having, or pheasant flyer of some sort. And I think what they did is once the dog achieved the fall area, if they didn't come up with the bird, I think, was it 2 minutes? I mean, that's a long hunt.
It is a long hunt. Yeah.
They set a specific time, and they said if the dog, you either have to handle or they're going to have the gun come out and help at that
I'll be
point.
darned.
And it was as much a safety thing as anything. And
This dog looked like he had a idea where he was going, but just fell in right kind of at the end,
they see him through it.
about where the gun
a
is,
little
you
bit.
know? There, should get it right
Set up
in
there.
there.
Right in that little, from our perspective, there's that little gap in the tree line.
Still doesn't have it, but he ought to.
Yeah. All right. God, he's just,
There you
Yep.
go.
there, got a bird. There we had almost 3 dogs in holding blind. Okay. Resetting here.
All right. You know, you name a dog like Truck, you hope that's what you get.
That's
One that'll
right.
go through the wall for you. Built
Okay.
tough.
There's a
All right.
relatively firm send.
You know, there's really, a long bird, it can be easy to get to a 500-yard bird and hard to get to a 200-yard bird depending on what's in between,
Yes.
whether it's cover changes
point.
or all that. This one is sort of, I understand why the judges would have wanted that, standout gun, because really these two marks, without that influence of that gun, it would just be two at the end of the field.
Yep.
You know what I mean? No way to break down short. There's nothing
Yeah,
to
there's
hold the
not
dog
cover
or check 'em.
changes,
There's no
there's not-
cover change. There's nothing. So
Bushes and things
Yeah.
like that, break points.
so they kind of manufactured one, I think, with that
Right.
with that decoy gun, and it's effective. Appears to be so far.
It's funny how, you start to rethink some of the kind of convention of field trials. Like we do some things that are intended to somewhat trick the dogs, or give them trouble, or you use optical illusions with distances. You use
Yeah.
dry shots and poison birds on blinds. But then you do something like this, and people say, and field trials would say, "Well, you can't do that."
Right.
Well, it's at what? Who says that? Is that?
That's right. That's right.
Does it keep them? The things. If I'm doing something that makes it very difficult to see the birds being thrown, or that's where I don't really like it.
Correct.
If you're trying to make the test
Yeah.
hard because they don't see the bird, I
Right.
guess is what it amounts to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's our young dog.
Nothing here is exceptionally tight. So I think the gunners.
Right.
The dog has the opportunity to see the guns, see the birds in the air. Oop, he's coming over to the right
Back in that
here.
right-hand bird.
Doggone it. So he's gonna.
They're gonna need. Our jib cam guys' umbrella keeps blowing over. They probably need to put some
More sandbags.
sandbags,
Weights
some
or something.
weight on it to keep that. And they do have some sandbags. They just,
It's not enough, I guess. So what do you think? One more question on our.
okay.
Well, he's trying to get Truck. What are you doing here, Trucky? So right now, your middle gunner is sitting down and is shaded. Tomorrow morning, when that sun is coming from our right shoulder,
He's going to be in
that gun's going to be glowing. Would you move the gun around to keep him shaded? I would.
Why
I
don't
mean,
you move the umbrella around?
Yeah, exactly.
'Cause
Either way, yeah. I mean, you wouldn't move the actual gun. That's what I'm kind of mean. You would. I agree. I think a person wants to keep that the same as much as you can for all the dogs. And even though the sun's going to change, you still want to keep that so that it's not glowing the whole time the dog is running. This is a long place to handle from.
Oof. He said, "Really?" Dog looked at the handler. "Where do you want me to go?"
That's too bad. Here, come on. All right.
Yeah, he's got got his work cut out for him to get to that bird. You're casting with the wind. You wouldn't think it
Yeah,
would
you'd
be the
think.
end
Yeah,
of the world.
yeah.
But he certainly is. He has no interest in going that way.
Yeah.
And again, you're looking at the decoy gun right there.
Yeah.
The first SRS, the second series, they had something like that as well. So I've seen it done twice.
Okay. Okay.
Now, I don't know if, I guess I haven't been to enough of the weekend events, if that's a common procedure or, they refer to some past ones and things like that. And because there's, in our open nationals, they follow a similar pattern
Yep.
oftentimes.
Yep. That's
Like,
right.
what do you expect in the fifth? What do you expect?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was
You know-
talking to Rhodey earlier today about training. If you train in between series,
I did
after
hear
a
that
few
over there.
series, and I was wondering. But this being only across 5 days, and not really being set up specifically dedicated to marking, and then set up sort of specifically set up for blinds, it's a little bit different.
Here's
and they
what
don't
I'm
have the flyer. That's the big thing for me.
But here's what's they're gonna go probably to a set of water blinds next. I would guess, just
Okay, I thought
this,
water blinds or water marks with blinds.
Well, the last two I've been to, it's been, both of them been a double poison bird.
Okay. Okay.
They did a landblind waterblind combo one, and
Yep.
the other one they did a double waterblind.
Okay. Okay.
So if that's
So
if
that sort of gets them
becomes kind
back
the
in a
convention-
training attitude right there. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you were going to train, I'd train after this, if that's what I was anticipating.
Yeah, or train after the blinds if you had a dog that was super excited and didn't watch birds. But
Yeah,
you're right.
But if and both water blinds had
poison birds.
poison birds,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I don't know about this. I think they're asking for. The dog that comes offline goes into the pool with where the next running dog is, and sometimes dogs don't like another dog in
Yeah.
the holding blind with them. So
That's right. Who? Look at
last
your
thing
sheet.
you
Your
want
sheet's
last thing
easier
you
there.
want is a fight there. Okay, bogey,
Okay, Lyle and
Lyle and bogey. Now the 159.
Yeah, good. They're
Oh,
setting up
162.
another-
Excuse me, 162.
Yeah, they're putting up another tent there, Pat. So I think they
Yeah,
read your mind.
they're trying to do everything they can to make sure they get these dogs cooled down. And they had one pool with ice. It just happened to be in the holding blind with another dog is getting ready to go. But so they're working that out. Okay, Lyle's working on this. Really what you're trying to do here is just trying to identify that there are actually 4 stations. But
Yeah.
probably as much as anything, that the 2 guns in the middle are 2 different stations.
Right. Right.
That's probably
like
your
I
big
say,
thing.
I got them looking at that long bird when that button goes off, and I'm going to make them look at it again right there. And this is a field champion, so he's probably seen a few birds out there
You
a
bet
few
he has.
times.
They're doing they've got those big bright birds. It'd be almost like putting a streamer. Like putting a streamer on a mark. You know,
Yep. Yeah, you bet. Throwing a white bumper out there.
But in competition,
trial.
I'll put a
Yeah.
strip of white tape to make sure the dogs can see it. And these flasher birds are really showing up. And the flasher birds look to me like a bluebill decoy would look.
They do,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of white. on
White
them.
belly and black breast
And
and
this
tail
one is a
feathers.
dark. The go bird is more of a mallard style. Yep, Drake mallard there. More neutral color. Well, he didn't
Boy,
waste
he
much
didn't.
time.
No, he didn't. Bogey came in and turned out there and looked
Sick.
at it. So, it's like,
So the dogs that overran the left bird wanted to go to the tree line in the first series.
yeah.
My luck, the dog that overrun the bird in the first series would hunt short here.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Okay, so he's hit the wood line. A little bit behind where the gun stood to make the throw. And the more that the dogs hunt there,
Yes.
which is between, and the more foot scent, the more
Absolutely.
the other dogs are going to key off of the foot scent of
Absolutely.
previous dogs.
Yep.
So I think what you're going to see is that it's going to be hard to leave that area
Yep. Yep.
because the dogs,
That's
there's all
right.
kinds of information, but the scent of other dogs hunting is what
Yeah.
they're
you
used to
bet.
finding birds in that area.
You bet.
So it's going to give them some false information.
Yeah. I'm always amazed sometimes at how far away can a dog can smell a bird, and then other times I'm shocked
Yes.
that they can't smell it when they're 10 feet away, you know. So, and even that wind, it's shifty, and occasionally it's a little bit in our face, but that doesn't. You got to get in the right place to wind it, and it's hot out, and it's a high. You know, he's over in the left-hand bird now, or he's over
Yeah, he is.
to where the left-hand gun stood. After looking like he was had a good shot at the right-hand bird.
Lyle's up there. He's got a slow burn going. Thinking,
I'm telling you,
you're supposed to be a field champion. Act
Yeah,
like one.
I'd be chewing on my whistle a little
Yeah,
bit.
I know. I always laughed a little bit. I had one of my first FCs was a female named Gretchen, and she was a
Was that?
bird finding machine. She was out of Volwood's Rough and Ready,
Yeah.
actually.
Was that Itchin' Gretchen? No. What?
No, it was.
Because we had a dog named Fetchin' Gretchen at one time.
Yeah.
What was her name? Can't think of it.
Itchin' Gretchen was a different dog.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
Dave Wallace's dog. But she was, when you'd travel and you'd let dogs out, she was always the one that could find the dead rabbit in the woods.
Yeah.
And I always said,
She
you
was a
can't
hunter."
smell a hen pheasant, but you can smell a dead bird carcass from a half a mile away.
Right. Oh, so what do you have here? Was this, Rhodey and I talked a little bit about it earlier.
What is a switch?
How do you define the switch? If
Now,
either way,
okay,
he's
so
got
let's
a lot
put
of
it
work
this
to
way.
do.
This is the common sense thing. If he would have handled from where he was hunting to the bird, would it have been a handle to the fall area? And the answer is probably yes, I guess. So you couldn't call it a switch if you would have called it handling to the fall area because he didn't achieve the fall area. I guess you have to define what the fall area is.
I would have, where he initially was, to me felt like that fall area,
It did.
Yeah.
At that distance,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was basically where the gun stood, and that.
I agree.
The fall area is a sliding scale.
Gonna
depending
go out there
just-
and stab it.
Wow, just poked it, man. But the other thing, is it really a switch? If they were truly hunting the fall area, wouldn't he have found the bird, right? So there's always that
Yeah.
kind of question. What's your next
Our
one?
next one is Jasper,
All right.
dog 48. I didn't press. The last two dogs combined are going to be at about 18 minutes. So I think our average is going to be 8 to 9 minutes a dog if I was a betting man.
Mm-hmm.
So at 8 dogs an hour, you do 80 dogs in 10 hours. You've got 13 hours of test.
Right. We've got a full day tomorrow, but I feel like we'll get there.
That's really what they needed.
Yeah.
They're
That's the.
so
Okay.
you're
Well,
going to get
I remember
4
Jasper from
hours
the
in
first
the day.
series. This is our Georgetown dog,
yeah.
Master Hunter.
I think it's reasonable to expect you can
4-year-old.
get this done by the end of tomorrow. That's their hope.
Yeah. I remember this being a pretty guy yesterday.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I said I remember this being a pretty dog from yesterday, and I
Yes,
know that
it
doesn't.
is a good-looking
That
dog.
doesn't matter at the end of the day, but
Pretty is as pretty does.
Yeah.
That's what Forrest said. Well, she was cheering for that bird.
yeah,
She's cheering for that bird.
you can tell he sees him.
You want a fifth bird? She's looking for more. Okay. So So if you only get 7 dogs in an hour, you're looking at more at 15 hours. Now you're pushing getting it done tomorrow.
Yeah.
I got to believe it's
Yeah.
it usually improves as people just decide to You're going to see the handlers that aren't as desperate. These guys are desperate. They probably handle sooner.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. If you got a pretty
Because
good
of,
score going in there, you're going to make sure you don't put up a bad one. Yeah. And as we said, theoretically, the dog should get better.
So here's a dog that's has got a little bit of a right lean. Let's see what happens here. Now there's your
That's
lamb
a
boy.
visual thing. You know, he was kind of glancing over at those decoys and looking around at that stuff. And
He's coming home, isn't he?
You know, I think he was influenced by that whole other test.
Yeah.
You know, they're kind of, he's, right now, he's
well,
not
he's
that
pretty
far
close to
from
where the left
where that
mark is.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
And he was pretty close to the land blind.
Yeah. Yeah.
For a
He was
minute
not
there.
that far. You bet.
He didn't really put his head down there, but he realized, like,
Yeah.
not sure I know where I'm going here, and just turned around and started coming home.
Okay.
He certainly didn't have the body language of a dog that would just say, all right.
No, he was, yeah. He did not look worried or intimidated in any form or fashion. He just looked like he got confused out there.
Yes.
He kind of forgot where he was headed.
That's kind of a strange. Is he not quite deep enough?
Yeah,
He almost looked like he picked something up there.
you're right. I thought for a second he picked it up, but I was
But I
watching
don't
the
think
dog
he's-
and not on
I
camera,
think
but
he
I
was
don't
a
think it's
little
quite
bit
deep
short.
enough.
Yeah, he was just a little. He's going to get it right there.
Mm-hmm.
He was about
Like
10
5
yards.
feet.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean 5 or 10 feet short of it.
short of it, and bouncing around like. I did check the. There's look at that tail cracking there. The wind forecast, even for tomorrow, is supposed to be easterly, so
Okay.
it's good.
Okay.
A temperature is similar, so you feels like you're not going to have a dramatically different conditions, other than it'll be early in the morning. The lighting will be different.
Tell me, well, he's going
They
to
have
come in
not
under
had a
the arc.
tendency to check up short on this one. Even
No, they have not. Absolutely. You know, they've pushed by that decoy gunner once, and the thing is, it's thrown. You know, that's downwind there, so I just feel like they don't have that wind to wrap them
Yeah,
around. But
exactly.
But you know, there haven't been any since the test dog that missed it left. You know what I mean? The test dog missed that bird left, but other than that, they've been to the right. They've been under the arc.
and they've
And then they
actually
get
right. The big
sucked
hunts have
into-
been. and
the big
you
hunts
think,
have been
all
under
right,
the arc.
found the gun where he stood. Let's get over to the bird, but it hasn't.
Well, you know, a little of that is related to how far the gun moves back to the trees and
Yep.
creates a trail there.
Yes.
And then, you know, things change with the wind too. When you get that close to that tree line,
Yeah, it starts.
things are
swirling.
starting to swirl and
Last couple dogs have wanted to
yeah, they have.
go back to the right there.
Well, and then Lyle's dog was right and ended up left. Remember? So, poke and pray right now.
You know, though, even though they look substantially separated, I bet you when you stood there, the We're
closer
not as
than-
far apart as you
I'm
think.
sure you're right. I'm sure you're right.
So it's 306. We've run how many dogs now? Well, this dog hadn't quite finished. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is this, what dog is this? What number are we on?
Jasper, 48, right there.
Our 9th dog. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this is our 9th running dog. Talking to Matt, he talked about how the test this morning, even though there weren't that many really high-end jobs, the test was going faster. Now, part of it, he said, the mechanics of the throwers, they had some no birds, and that was kind of
Yeah,
bogging them
yeah,
down. So
yeah.
that had something to do with that.
Yeah. Well, for the, yeah, I was going to say, for the safety of the dog and
Time
the
to reel it in.
efficiency of the event, at some point we're going to have to start,
Yeah, picking.
you know, I don't know if
but
they,
they're dealing with it.
yeah, especially at this point. I mean, there's no question
says, I'm
after
trying to find a bird I
a
wanna
rough
find.
handle on 2 that,
Yeah.
you know, you're not coming back, so.
You know what they don't do here? I don't think they do. Is
that?
honor.
I was going to ask you that earlier, if there was any honor. Or if the dog's honor, I should say. There's honor, of course.
Right.
So, well,
Does that make you nervous?
it does.
This dog's on leash.
Yeah, they're both on leash. And the dog that's hot, he's probably not planning on doing anything, but the other dog you just don't know about.
Yeah, and what I'm talking about is
Yeah, they've got a pool in the
pool
holding
is in the
blind.
holding blind of the second running dog, and sometimes dogs take offense to a dog coming into the same holding blind with them.
Yeah. We've probably both
guess Carl
dealt
and
with
I
a
are
few of
both
those
professionals,
territorial.
You're around and you're always,
Yeah.
you know, the last thing you want is a fight.
Yeah, and I've been there, and you've probably been there too. When a dog comes into a holding blind, you've got a male that's a dominant type male.
Oh,
that
sure.
takes exception to that.
And if I had I had a few dogs that were true fighters, and it was my responsibility
Yes.
to watch everybody
right.
else's dog, and I would warn somebody.
Yep.
I'd say, I'm
Yep.
going to keep him on leash, but this dog,
Don't let him come play.
Don't come- 'cause-
Yeah.
and I never had an issue at a field trial ever,
Yep.
but you just know them.
Here's a couple things to talk about on this. Here's a guy on the right, which I think is
Yes.
helpful. So, Russell, and you know,
Demo
some
with
people will
Raven.
say that, you know, they don't like it because, you know, you're quote blocking. Well, you're not really blocking anything, and if the dog doesn't work with you, I can tell you it doesn't do a bit of good to put them on the right. They'll just
Yes.
take a step forward and look around you
Yeah,
if they're an
exactly.
outlaw. So it's really just to,
It's more of a
you're not
communication
blocking,
tool.
you're helping the dog see the birds. And
Okay, so the pickup dog was 932. Okay.
you're going to put a hand in here, I think I would. There we
he
go.
goes.
Yeah. I could emphasize that a little bit.
Yeah.
Make sure you got that look and don't get a glance back towards that decoy gun in the middle.
Not yet. As of this point, he hasn't. There he's starting to bend a little bit there. I don't think that's as much the influence of the middle gun as it is. Look at there.
I think
now.
that's the wind more than anything there, but
I do too, but this dog made a
yeah.
real acknowledgement.
Oh,
That's where
please
the
stay
other
there.
dog wanted
Took
to.
it. Yep.
But there's something there.
There's got to be a tire track or something.
Yeah, there's something there
Yeah.
that's drawn their attention.
I don't know if you recall, but when they took the brush out to there, they drove that four-wheeler through that test short of that, you know, and sometimes a four-wheeler coming through a test will create a little break point, you know, it crushes
bet.
grass and all that. Usually that's a lot worse in the morning or something like that when there's a dew
Well,
on the
when you
ground.
talk about scenting points, I would go out and drive a four-wheeler around them. If I was, you know,
Yeah.
and dogs
yeah.
will react to that. You know,
bet.
as far as you think it's all going to be about bird scent, but it's artificial scent that dogs associate with where they find
finding
birds.
something,
Yeah.
I don't know if you were listening when Rhodey and I talked about scenting a point with bumpers. I'm sure you did that. We would take 20 bumpers out there and drag them around, throw them around, pick them up, and it would be every bit as effective as
Oftentimes more. And
Putting a
I
duck on there.
was telling the story. I found out the hard way. I'd scented a point and stripped a bird, and you know, and
Oh,
had
yeah.
feathers. You could look like a snowstorm. And then I put the bumpers on the far shore, and then I looked and I said, I need pick up those bumpers, move them 50 yards deeper.
yeah,
And I don't think I corrected a single dog. He's going to get this left
yeah,
bird.
yeah.
I don't
he
think I
was
corrected
right
a single dog on
On the
point.
foot, yeah.
But 80% of them got corrected for not handling out of the bumpers.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it was not my intention.
yeah, that's right.
Judy Powers scented a point with bumpers at a field trial. And the dogs
I'll be
had a lot
darned.
of trouble.
And did she rescent like they used to?
I don't know.
You know,
I just- I
remember
just
years
heard that-
ago
that happened and people-
they you know, they would,
Like, I'm not sure I like that.
you know, every 10 dogs or 8 dogs or whatever, they'd go
Yes.
go out there, you know, dip a duck in the water and
But
frizzle
sometimes judges
water.
would scent points because they said, well, the later dog's going to have drag back, so let's create some sort of scent. But the drag back is different than,
Yes, 100%.
it's a different kind of scent. Oof.
Boy, he looked like, you know, on first glance, it looked like that dog was going to have a great job on that right-hand long bird.
He's back over by it now. He's back over by where the gun.
Here.
What I have seen here is some smart handling because now the visibility is probably terrible for that dog looking back here,
Right.
by the way. But I've seen some smart people bringing the dog towards them a little bit because you're never going to get
Yeah,
a
you're
right
never
hand
gonna get a
cast when
cast
they're
from
deep
there.
of that bird. You know, they need to come in and then push back.
Right.
So I think
Here.
that's sort of an oxymoron, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good handling on a mark.
Well, but it does require good handling.
I know. You just
It's
don't want
a
to.
whole different type of handling.
Yeah, we talked about that this morning too. Yeah.
Especially once they've established a hunt and now you're trying to take them out of hunt mode and this bird looks like just a little bit over a crest of or something. Well, they've got 2 fans in that holding blind.
She's a little warm. A little. You see the ears back a little bit too.
Tongue curled.
Tongue curled, ears back.
Yeah, you have to be
She needs
careful
to
with
do
this
this
right here.
pretty quick here. This is, if she doesn't just go put her nose on this, I think you got to help her.
Yeah, yeah, don't. You can't wait too long here.
No.
And see, this dog is hunting where the gun's
Gunner
stood,
stood,
and you're
yep.
tempted to just let him figure it out, but this dog
But we haven't seen him figured out.
they haven't
She's
figured
getting
it out.
hot.
And
Yeah.
this dog was pretty
She
darn
was
hot
hot when she
before he
sent.
even sent for this bird.
Yeah.
But
She's out there a little.
gonna
She
get
might
it
get
there,
it.
though.
There we go. All right, good girl. All right, who we got next, Pat?
we have number Tough.
Luke and Tough.
Luke Core,
All right.
113. Okay. I took a couple overhead drone shots of this, and I'd love to get myself a diagram up.
Uh-huh.
And I got my
Well,
Garmin.
we can't
here.
have
Go ahead and
we
work
can't
this.
have Rhodey do a stand-in yet because
No, I'm just gonna. I'm gonna probably move it over here. I'm not leaving. I'm just gonna see if I
All
can
right.
grab it, put it on here, and while these dogs are hunting, I can diagram.
there you go. There you go.
I'm not leaving you. I'm just
All right. All right.
easing over
Right on.
for a second.
Well, they're doing a good job getting the dogs cooled back off after they run if they get a little warm. So. Taking a minute for our right-hand gun to get back out. I'm not sure what the delay is, but maybe we don't have communication with the right gun. There we go. So Tough is a 6-year-old black male. Originally, he was owned and or raised and trained by Ron Anderson and Chuck McCall. But Luke's now at the helm. You know, that middle gun has been doing, or I say the middle gun, the dry gun has been doing a good job about standing still and not moving. You know, you hate to see a shorter gun do any movement or draw the dog's attention, and he's pretty much been standing there and not doing anything except pulling the trigger on this signal here. So I think that's helpful. Although, what's going on here? Luke signaled, but the gun didn't shoot. Oh, there we go. And there we go. The dog watched that bird good. Watched that bird good. So. felt like one of the weaknesses that they reported for Tough is that sometimes he can get amped up and doesn't he doesn't see all the birds because he gets jacked up. But in that case, he stood there or sat there and watched those birds like a hawk. So that makes you feel good. And he looks pretty confident here. Whether Luke's going to pull him a little bit more anyway. Like he's in a good spot to do this bird here. Just a little bam. Well, he's got two good. He's coming back a little bit towards the old line. Luke's going to need to maybe give him a little whistle here and redirect him. Going to bring me the bumper if he's not careful. All right, one more. Let's see where this goes. Trying to give him just a little influence to the left. There you go. Not too much. Well, a good start. This will be interesting. Looks like we might come in under the arc again, but Pat, he just drilled the right one, but coming in under the arc a little bit here on this long, or the middle one again. It's going to depend on which way he hunts. Kind of headed.
Pressure dog here.
Yeah. He's not had a big hunt yet, but it's just amazing. We just have not had two dogs get these birds good yet. Both of them.
Right.
Just, we haven't seen any scores yet either. I don't know. I'll check the app here, but and people probably know it, but they can go to the. Oh, we do have scores here. Okay, you can go to the website and look at scores. So, all right.
What do we got there, Carl?
Well, unfortunately,
Got my mic back.
Unfortunately, I'm at a point where I have to put on glasses to read these. So
Luke is handling on the middle bird.
Yeah, we'll let Luke finish handling, and then we'll read a couple scores off. That should put him on it right there. Okay, well,
Four-wheeler is just...
Chris and Tig didn't finish. Then we had Michael Demmer and Cajun had a 107 for a combined of 352. And Mark Carter and Rip had a 46, so pretty good score for a 267. Kelsey didn't finish with...
What's our low score so
Chance.
far?
Our low score is a 31, and that was Lyle with Thor.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's the one that didn't handle on either. We had the one that handled quick on the right and had a good left. Okay, we're gonna take a short break here. They're running some gear out to the field.
All right.
The Super Retriever Series Crown Championship presented by Purina Pro Plan would like to thank all of our sponsors for their generous gifts to the Winner's Circle.
In my Louisiana, sunrise means fresh seafood on the table.
In my Louisiana, every meal is a celebration.
My Louisiana really makes me wonder.
Ours is fast!
With real-life swamp creatures!
In my Louisiana, music is a way of life.
My Louisiana is sheer magic, from sun up to sundown.
Till sunup again. What will your Louisiana be?
When you find your Louisiana, you feed your soul.
Pro Plan Sport is trusted by pros and proven by champions. With 30% protein and 20% fat to fuel strength and stamina, and amino acids to promote muscle recovery. It's high-performance nutrition that keeps hunting dogs strong. In the field, on the water, and everywhere you go. Get the Pro Plan advantage. Pro Plan Sport.
It's game day at Raising Cane's. If you want to order like a champ, forget about X's and O's. The only play you're running is chicken. So what combo are you picking? We've got tailgates of hand-battered, cooked-to-order chicken fingers and cane sauce, and jugs of freshly made tea and lemonade. This season is about to be unbeatable. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, one love.
Training the dogs is one thing, but training the people, that's really where it is. Because now they can be better to their dogs. Their dogs can trust them more, and they're going to be more successful. And I've done a lot of coaching of people at Nationals, and it's really what turns me on, is putting together the dog-handler combination and helping them understand each other. And, well, success is bound to happen when you can do that.
The Shreveport Bossier Sports Commission is here to help you with your amateur, collegiate, professional, or Olympic sporting event. Centrally located in the Arklatex area, Shreveport Bossier is a premier sports destination, ideal for hosting sporting events of any size. With our wide variety of venues, including stadiums, convention centers, rivers, and universities, we are sure to have the perfect location for any event. Our team is ready to make your event a success. Visit us online at ShreveportBossierSports.com or on Facebook at Shreveport Bossier Sports Commission and let us host your next event.
Just in case I said something really stupid.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to the 2025 Super Retriever Series Crown Championship, presented by Purina Pro Plan. I'm here with my good friend Carl Gunzer from Purina. Carl, we're having a good time. We're watching the second series.
Yeah.
And we got a field trial style test.
Yeah, the Garmin test. Yeah, that's giving them fits today.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We had a few scores come in. Our low score, what did you say it was?
It was in the 30s. I think there's one in the 30s and one in the 50s.
So we've had one dog do it without a handle?
Yep.
And then
but nobody's just gone out there and put their nose on 3 birds, right? Everybody's had some work and some handles. And
there's some room at the top, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. And good scores with the handles. So I think we're seeing that maybe people are going to have to handle a little bit on these to keep from racking up the points.
And so we've got a triple with a, I guess for the lack of a better word, we'll call it a decoy gun. Or right dead center in the middle of the field, there's a gunner that shoots a shot, called a dry shot, meaning nothing happens. He just shoots his gun. That's shot first. Then the right-hand gun, right-hand retired, second. Middle retired, which is slightly left of the decoy gun we just referred to, is shot second. And then we got a short bird on the left, shot third.
Yeah.
And so that's what we got going on here.
And all 3 have given the dogs some trouble. No one here has had to handle on the Go Bird, but the test dog did. And then we've had some hunts on it. You know, it's a winger bird, comes out quick, it goes high, and it's a pretty good angle back throw in some cover, and sort of a sea of grass. And from the dog's perspective, I don't know that, you know, it's easy for them to struggle
see it hit the ground.
The depth of it. Yeah, and I think that's what's happened. They've gone out, not quite hit the depth, started a little hunt, and depending on how fast their feet are, they can get in trouble or work it out quick. We've seen a little of everything. You hate to burn too much memory on a less than 100-yard Go Bird, but
not a lot you can do about it.
No,
there you go. There's some scores there. Well, there's your Lyle with 31.
Yeah.
Oh, Lyle's from 3 dogs. Okay, 31, a 56, and a 46. So, Mr. Demmer. Now, we had a few dogs that didn't complete the test.
Yeah.
So that's what we got on the board so far. Have we run around 10 dogs, is what we decided?
I think that's right. Yeah, 9 or 10 have completed.
And, I did some timing in it. Okay, and here's our amateur division. Okay, here you go. There's some DNFs, did not finish. So, well, there gives you your answer. Mark Carter with Rip. And that was that smart handle on the right bird, and then went out and got the middle bird. So
that's right.
That's going to be, I'm sure some people are going to go to school on that one.
Yeah, you can get in a lot of trouble here if you let a dog hunt too long, because you end up in another fall and you'll get 75 yards away from the bird you need to handle to, and that's hard to do, especially into a crosswind at a tree line. They want to drive back to the tree line. They don't want to cast into the wind.
So Mark was real preemptive.
Yeah,
the dog started to bend.
Yeah.
Maybe back towards the dry shotgun or left, and he puts a whistle on him about 70% of the way to the mark, handles him to the right-hand bird, goes out and has a good left bird, pulls a 46.
Yeah, you know, and later as we get into some dogs with some good scores, they're not hoping and praying as much as maybe a little bit of,
these guys are
playing a little bit of
desperate,
defense.
right? Yeah, they're trying
These guys are trying to step on them to climb back into this, but You know, if you can be in the 40s with a handle, why risk a big score if you're sitting there on your 6? You know.
Yep, absolutely.
I would be making sure I don't put up a big number and take myself out of it.
Well, I'm sitting here with my iPad putting together a diagram to get to you so you guys can see this at some point. And we've got a dog on the line. And
oh, okay.
Well, we had
there was a little bit of an issue. I think he called for the bird to start the test, and there was a delay. The gun didn't go. The gun didn't go.
That way they went
and
out.
then they shot.
Oh, okay.
But he'd already started to turn the dog around, so they thought we had a misfire. So he just went back to the holding blind, and Scott's going to come right back in a second. They probably don't need for that short gun to go off twice for
No,
him.
we don't.
Yeah. So, and Pat and I discussed this a little bit earlier about what do you have your dog looking at? That middle gun is just a decoy. So, do you want the dog to look at it and see that nothing happened, or do you want to point the dog at the long gun on the right? I don't have any experience with decoy guns popping on a set of marks. So
got Piper back online with Scott Greer. Yeah, I've got some additional thoughts on that. That'll be interesting to.
Yeah.
I think you guys, this diagram that I'm looking at here from I took a drone up and it's quite revealing. So when you get a chance to study that, that'll give you some real understanding. Goes bird 2. Nice visible. We've got a little cloud cover. I think
those long birds are showing up beautiful.
Showing up beautiful.
They
Guns
couldn't
are visible.
They couldn't be more
breeze.
visible. Yeah. All right, Piper.
Piper is off. We're in day 2 of the Super Retriever Series Championship now. All of the dogs that completed the first series will run this, and then we'll have a cut. We'll go down to 18 in each division.
We had 3 not come back from the first series.
3 dogs that didn't
Unfortunately,
complete.
they
So we
picked
started
up the
with
poison burst.
Was it 113?
Yep.
We had 100,
down to
had
110.
110 dogs starting this series. And we'll go down to 36 after this. So. And when I say 36, it's 36 in each division, so it's the top. So we've got a dog on the route to the right-hand bird. You can see him kind of looking around, being a little bit concerned. Now, to the right where that dog was glancing is the location of the previous test. So
That's
we're
right.
kind of wondering, like, is that having much of an influence? Now this dog kind of bent in. The no man's land has been halfway between
it's right.
the middle gun
Yeah.
and the right gun.
Yes, yeah.
And the dogs have done things.
In deep of that
decoy
gun. So they're just a no man's, like the Bermuda Triangle there.
Looks like you gonna come up with the left-hand bird. He's close to it, but he's upwind of it.
Yeah, that's right about where the gunner stood right there. He just made a sachet. Probably back at the holding blind now. We can't see the dog for a second. Scott's walking over a little bit trying to get a look. There we go, we're deep of the bird now, just coming back. Okay, well,
have you ruled
I don't know
out-
what's going to happen next, but I know that he's going to send for the right one next.
It's the only one left.
That's right. You're going to ask if I've ruled out going middle second, haven't you?
That's
aren't
exactly
you?
what I asked.
Boy.
I mean, I guess at this point, if I'm one of those late dogs, I'm glad I don't have to make that call. But
Yeah.
there is something. I mean, when you're.
Yeah. it's worth thinking about at this point, because how many dogs have sent right and drifted, and they got nothing to keep them pushed off of that bird. If you've been to the middle bird or the left long bird, however you want it, you can get a little push off of it.
This is going to tell me a lot
right
here, because if this seems to help the dog get to the right-hand bird, there's something to be said for it. It may be. The first time you sent this dog, you could see the dog.
Yeah, kind of looking at those decoys right there. Yep, yep. And again, you can see the dog thinking.
Now he's definitely staying more right this time.
Yep. And he's upwind of the bird at this point. So the
Don't you
question
think he's
is,
going to hunt left?
I do. I absolutely do. The question is he going to hunt to the trees? And then from there, what is he going to do? So, yes.
I think what he did is he went upwind of it,
yep.
got deep,
hit the trees.
He's going to wind it right.
Now he's taking the bird boy trail back out.
He's trying to
a
sort
little
all
bit.
that information out. Well, we've been doing this a long time, and you still get excited and you wonder, and I always pretend like, all right, what would I do?
Well,
now he's starting. Ooh, he's back in that left bird.
Yeah. Wow. Isn't that something? A lot of real estate to cover out there in a very flat field. There, we should have a bird.
Get over there and get the bird.
Yep.
Yeah, what happened there is he got near the bird, but he got to the right of it, then he got deep of it, and he just never actually got right on the downwind side, is what it looked like to me.
Well, some dogs are good about sort of staying spatially aware of where they are in a hunt, and others drop their nose and start
kind of wander
and just circle it down the drain. It's
yeah.
So it's a little bit about dogs that know where they are or don't realize where they are. So, well, coming up we got...
Okay, I understand we've got a little test diagram we're going to get a look at here, everybody. Well,
okay.
There you go. So wait a minute now. We got to make sure we understand. Guys, our number 2 bird is actually thrown to the left, not to the right. So we get... Okay, I see what you're seeing. I think what you're seeing there is the arrows are pointing in the direction that the guns are retiring to.
Yep. There you go.
Yes. Okay, so you're looking at your yardages. You've got your X in the middle is the dry shot gun. Number 1 is on the right, and number 1 throws to the right. It says 184 yards.
You can see the gunner right at the base of that 1.
You're right. Yeah. Right at the base of the 1, right at the bottom of the little arrow.
Yeah.
The arrow to me, looks like that's the direction the gunner's retiring. Number 2, on 192 yards, is thrown to the left. Lands about where the number 1 of the 192 is.
Yep.
That gunner retreats into the woods. Number 3 is shot to the left.
All right.
All right.
We got Clark. And this looks like punch here. Am I right? Is that...
Okay. We're making some adjustments on the diagram. I put together one as well. I'm going to send it to them and let them reference that.
All right. Quick work with the Go Bird here.
Okay.
This looks pretty good so far. We're holding a good...
Yes.
Oh, just cross that.
But you can just read that dog's body. Now that's where there's
We've
something
had-
right there.
Yeah, we've had several
What is
dogs
that there?
check right there. And I mean, when I say right there, that spot. And that
Yeah,
bird's
it's not
just a
in that
little
area.
bit deep of it. Now the dog's to the area of the fall. Or, right in there. I don't know what's causing that, but
It's certainly drawing some attention.
at least 3 have put their nose on that spot.
Not that far from the bird.
No, not at all.
That's what it
Not at
puzzled
all.
me when I saw
Yeah.
a dog there. I said, wait a minute, that bird's a little deeper than.
There you go.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's about 6 or 7 dog strides this side of the bird.
And a little bit upwind, a little to the right of the bird.
But 3 dogs have really
Stop.
acknowledged
Yes.
whatever it is.
Yeah.
Always interesting.
A rabbit hole.
Good, right. I mean, I'm thinking if, what we'll use sometimes is you'll put a streamer on a long bird and the streamer will fall off the bird halfway back.
Yeah,
Or
it's got duck scent
maybe
on
a
it.
bird wing on a live bird, the wing comes off.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Now, Carl, one of the early test dogs, you said went left, but nobody.
Nobody. has been
We had a
left.
young dog kind of go back and hunt this short one.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Nobody has gone left of this middle bird.
Yeah.
And they are really drawn into that tree line
Doesn't it
between the
scare-
2 gun stations.
Yeah. But doesn't it scare you to death to push him out on that
does.
bird too far? I mean, feels like you push on that
Now,
bird and
is that the influence of the decoy gun? Dry gun? I don't really see it that way, though.
yeah, I don't know.
Because they're not stopping there. Is this Clark?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, they're trying to get a peek where this dog, and they go over just over the crown, and I'm looking from an aerial, and there's just probably a lip right this
Yeah.
side of the woods that.
Yeah. And they may be in the woods there,
Right.
And as you said earlier, as there's more and more dog tracks there,
Yes.
it's easier and easier. Okay, he's back out. I can see him now, right where the gun stood. Nope, doesn't want to go that way.
You picking up?
I don't I don't think so, but maybe.
It feels like that's a pickup come in, but maybe it isn't.
Well, the judges are looking brilliant, Pat.
And they came by again and they said, is this going to hold up? I said, yes.
Oh, good for Clark, getting the gunner to come out and help the dog. I think that's a smart move. He's not going to let that dog overheat. He had 2 really good birds, but gunner needs to know to toss the, there you go, toss it to the dog. Perfect. But don't toss it in some other area.
Yes. Yes, so. Okay.
All right, well.
Well, Clark knew he wasn't going anywhere and he wasn't taking any chances with the dog back in the woods out of sight.
I think that's pretty smart. All right, next we got Rob Robinette with Dora.
Okay.
Had a 134 in the first go. Well, our dry gun went off while there was nobody out there. I don't know what exactly happened.
Itchy trigger finger. I tell you what, on those things, you've got to push the button to load the gas tank, and sometimes you push a little too hard and they go off.
Do any field trials or hunt tests use popper guns anymore? Or are they
well, I'm the gun captain for the Snowbird Retriever Club, and Judy was an old-time purist until this last year, and and as of this next fall, we're going to migrate to it. Now we have a bunch of poppers, so I think here's one thing they'll do sometimes, is they'll shoot a popper on the first shot, and then go with, because sometimes if you're inexperienced, getting that gun loaded properly and timing is a little hard, but you can do it because the other gunners are kind of anticipating. But these boys are doing a great job because they've never done it.
Absolutely.
And it can be very frustrating and tricky to know how to kind of work the button. You got to partially.
Okay, please see that bird. Boy, that's a tough bird to not see.
Oof.
You know, it's
right. He didn't, did he?
I don't think he saw that bird, and that's a tough. He's going to have to do a little work here.
Boy, he's just. What are they doing here now? So the guns are instructed not to retire
move until the dog is sent.
The dog is sent, and he's having. Is he going to go for the? No.
Okay.
I thought for a minute he was going to just
thinking about
Ooh.
He's going to handle this
Isn't
bird.
That's too bad. Jeez, you just never saw this little short go-bird.
Yeah.
My goodness.
That's what we talked about before, whether you show that or not, but this is a little animated dog. He was jumping around, as you could see, and just didn't see that that's what we talked about before, with that winger. There's no arm motion.
Yes.
Nothing to cue the dog in advance. You just hear the bungees go off, but
it's deflating. You've got all your plan. Where am I going to send for this right bird? How hard am I going to step up on the middle bird?
Do I maybe pick the middle bird up second? Yeah. Now,
and you don't even get the.
Now you're going to go hunt.
And you screw the.
You're going to handle them.
I've done it, and that's the reason I'm so. I am so sensitive to it because I have
sympathetic.
Had that happen.
Yes, sympathetic. Well. And how does it feel? How do you feel if she goes out and just crushes these next two? puts her nose on him, right? I mean, of course you want to see it, but.
Well, I mean, in this game you're not dead, but I think the dogs at this end of the spectrum don't have any room for mistakes.
They probably do not.
Well, because the dogs with the higher scores, they're not going to take chances.
Right. They're going to start playing it a little safe. But she did that bird pretty good, Pat. That's not a bad job at all there.
Well, you gotta give that dog a hug. I mean, she didn't want a head swing. I mean, it's the ones that won't watch those and want those short ones. Those are the ones that are tricky.
But I'll tell you, if I had a half a dozen dogs and this was the last series of the Open or something like that, I'd push on this one right here to see what happened. Because I know I'm probably not in good shape here.
Right.
It's like
In other words, you'd step
no
up
one
and
has taken a chance and
force a
pushed
little
on
harder
this.
at the
I'd
bird,
push a little harder and then see if I can get it that way. Then I know my next dog, I can afford to push a little bit.
You're right, especially these guys that are running multiple dogs.
Yeah. You come in here
some
with
of these, they know they're not going to. They've got to kind of get a feel.
And he might have just done that. This looks a little left of most lines, but he's still wishing for a little more.
I'll tell you what. You see that brush that they put out to cover the white? I think that white deal might have helped him more than hurt him.
Here's an influence of that dry gun, no question.
Yes, it is.
You know, she had a good. Yep.
But back in that area,
little sachet back in the Bermuda Triangle.
The Bermuda Triangle. Well.
It must be crazy. You'd think you'd get bored of watching dogs pick up bumpers, right? But it's still entertaining after
Absolutely.
a couple days of it, right?
Absolutely. And
some people go to golf matches, some people go to...
Yeah, these dogs are just as excited.
You bet.
In so many ways.
Absolutely. Okay, there we go. He did have a pretty good line on that to go to start with, and just pushed out a little bit.
All right, I'm playing with our
So
mapping
that was
software
Rob,
here
so
a
now
little
we've
bit
got
while we're running
Russell
dogs.
with Rue. That's our next one.
It's pretty interesting, actually.
Well, you're just a little bit geeky with that electronic stuff there, so you gotta, your track, are those the test dogs that you got on there? Okay.
That's exactly what. All right, there's our open division, guys. Michael Demmer, 107 here. There's Lyle stepping it up with a 31. I think that's our low score right now. And Lyle's got a 56, a 46, and Scott Greer with the 127. And here's our amateurs. Okay, we've got a number of dogs that didn't finish, but we've got Mark Carter with that 46. And that was that preemptive handle on the right bird and a good middle bird. And Russell Demmer with the 159.
So far, it feels like you can't gain a lot on this series, but you can lose a lot. That's for now. It could change, but it just,
Good point. Good point.
So, 5-year-old yellow female. She's a solid girl, isn't she? I don't have a sheet on Rue, so I'm just gonna have to guess. But
okay. Here we go. We got Nike. John Lamar.
Oh, okay.
Statesboro, Georgia.
All right.
Home of Georgia Southern, I think.
Well, now that makes more sense. I was looking at my running order and not the right running order. That's why it looked like I thought it was a female that looked like a male. It is a male. That makes sense.
Check my wind compass. It says about a 7-mile-an-hour east wind,
Mm-hmm.
gusting to 12.
It feels about right, doesn't it?
It does. And we're thankful for that wind, for
You
our
bet.
comfort.
Well, and you know, we talk about wind and getting pushed with it. And don't you find sometimes these kind of moderate winds can be harder to deal with than a 20-mile-an-hour crosswind?
I think
feel like-
terrain's the same way a lot of times.
Yep. I feel like if
Especially,
you had
right, when, as far as a factor, as far as influencing the dog. I think it's, sometimes when they feel that heavy crosswind, you know, they
dig into it and shoulder it a little better, and you got this
a little
nice
more
little
obvious.
wind here. They feel like they can.
They
oh,
just
I can
kind of drift, and before
Yep.
you know it,
Before you know it, we're
they're
back in the
doing what
Bermuda
this does.
Triangle. Yeah.
so I guess I need to draw the Bermuda Triangle inside
Yes.
my diagram.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, you know, and that feels directly influenced by that. That's the effect of that dry gun.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
They feel like they missed something there, and they come by it on
There's your
yeah.
slightly quartering away, right to left. I use that wind compass app a lot, you know, just to kind of
Yeah.
reference myself, because sometimes you know, where you're sitting isn't really indicative of what
That's
it
right.
is out there.
Yeah, yep, you bet. Especially we got a backdrop behind us, kind of shielding us.
Yeah, you might swirling. I got a tree line here, and you're trying to get a real accurate. All right, what's he doing? Fixing to
Go right again.
But I'm really going to watch and see what the effect of getting that middle bird. Now he sent for the right.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's not quite the same as if you just
Went
sent
and
for the
got.
middle.
That's right. Now he's got quite a
He's
bit of push
pushing.
off of that line. Yep.
Now my question is, if you get a really right line, do they stay right? Now he's just.
He's
I'm
upwind
trying
of
to
it,
remember
but
where
not
we
by
are
a
in
lot.
relation to our land blind. He's upwind of it. They don't stay right.
He's
But
he's
he's
boy,
upwind of
close
the
to
bird.
Yeah, but he's upwind of it.
And he made a little pass, and then he did hunt to the right a little bit there. There he's coming back left. He's close
Just
to the
deep
bird,
of it.
right?
Yep. I think you can get it there.
That'll get you right there. Right there. You see him just, I think. I thought right there. He's still good.
There you go. That one might have had a little bit of a bounce back.
Did that give you any information?
Nothing reliable in my mind. I'm not betting on it yet.
But are you putting it into your processor in your head now?
Yeah. If you thought about nothing but the wind.
So you're in the 10th series of the National here.
Yeah.
And let's pretend the middle gun is a bird.
Yeah.
But and everything else is exactly the way it is.
Well, here's one thing, is I know that typically you progress into the factor, right? Like in a training situation. Every bird is more crosswind or more swim. So if you take away a little bit of that downwind, do you get a little more shoulder on the next one, maybe? Somebody's going to go for that bird second here. Maybe.
Why don't you go get your dog and I want to see you do it.
I can tell you, I remember trying to outsmart a test in the 7th series of a national, and I'll tell you how that worked out. It didn't. You know, they had a out of order flyer and a go bird, and every dog was crashing. I was the 7th dog to run, and nobody had done it. So I said, well, I'm going to try to do it another way. And my other way didn't work, and then sure enough, people started doing it the right way, you know, so.
You're right.
You can't always outsmart
if you
them.
see some things and then you start doing things that you would never do otherwise.
That's right, yeah.
And then you want to conk yourself in the head and say, what am I thinking? All right, here's Rue.
Here's Rue, okay.
Russell Demmer again. Came in with a 133.
There's that longbird. I like what he's doing here. Stay there.
So I'm looking up here and I look at the list here. He's getting ready to go. I'm watching Rhodey's behind him and he's standing outside the holding blind studying this.
Yeah.
We're all studying this.
This is a great camera angle here. You can really read the dog and read.
Yeah.
All right, you need to see this bird. Okay.
Right. Every dog has its body length. See how he just kind of closed his mouth and said, I got it.
Yep.
They got there. All right. Go ahead and send me. I'm ready to roll.
That dog saw 3 birds.
He kind of closed his mouth and his breathing slowed down. Now, that's a go bird, but when they start to, you're trying to read that on that 4th bird of a hard test, and they finally lock in and they do that same thing, that gives you a little bit of a indicator.
You know, we haven't talked about it here lately, but you know, the bird in mouth discussion, how much do you work the dog with the bird prior to taking it?
I work pretty hard on that one, but if I'm worried about, I want them to breathe and get the bird out of the mouth so they can catch their breath.
Yep.
I don't work as hard, but
yeah.
It is my rhythm to go for a pre-delivery good look. Is it
Absolutely.
Is it not yours?
Absolutely.
I mean, it is the routine.
Yeah. But I don't take too much time there, especially if it's a watermark that, you know, the dog's going to get up and shake and, you know what I mean, relocate.
Yeah.
You know, but I try to get a read and a look.
Right. All right. That triangle's just sucking him into the left. He goes
it's a vortex.
A little bit slightly behind where the gun stood now and hunted left. And now he's somewhere near the gun. You can see him, the brush there bouncing around a little bit.
Pretty quick recovery here if he's not too, he's got it, yeah.
Okay.
That was, I'd say better than average on that bird.
I mean,
at least got the right one.
Value, I mean, we all love great marking, but I love great thinking.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, when they make sense out of some of those things, it may not pay off this weekend, but it's going to pay off.
Right.
If they develop that good bird finding skill, that figuring out how to find a bird when they're not quite sure.
Our short gun is reloading here. He needs to.
Yeah, and that dog definitely.
Okay, he just sat down. Yeah.
And he took his time and said he saw that the dog was.
Mm-hmm.
This dog is.
This looks like one of those dogs that runs hard. You know, she's not overheated by any stretch, but she's warm.
Well, at first I thought he was quite right.
I
but
know.
now he
Look at this
broke
little
back
bounce
towards
off of
the
it.
bird. Kind of readjusted. Now let's see when he gets by this decoy gunner. Step to back right a little bit. Right about the right depth, but once again, upwind and right of the bird. He doesn't kid around. He stops. Hard to tell the depth here, but the dogs have been. Where do they wind it? Where do they wind it? He's almost right at the bird.
Boy, he might have hopped 2 feet to the right of the bird or something there.
This is where, when you're in the holding blind, you're studying, like, well, I got to handle what's in the background that I can reference.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a few different colored trees. There's a gap. There's, you know, a darker gap where the trees are, and then there's those branches that they put over that. I marked it to the from our perspective, and that's not your camera perspective. There's the branches, and then there's one little isolated patch of that broom straw cover. It's to the right of the branches that I'm using from my angle as a reference.
Right.
You always have to practice your marking skills.
Absolutely.
Especially in the games when you have flyers.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the birds are landing in lots of different locations.
Well, you know, I find sometimes
it was that isolated patch. Let's see where it is, if I'm right. I think he's just a little deep of the bird.
Mm-hmm. And now he's a little right of it, but he was pretty
When
close.
he made that pass,
Yeah.
he's right by my marker. That's the marker I had earlier. Now, that's not going to help you folks at home because I'm looking from a different angle, but so now some of you that if you're just tuning in and you hear this handler hollering here, that is a legal cast here. That doesn't mean they're picking up necessarily. It's the equivalent of a come-in whistle. He's handling on it, and here is a cast to come towards you. Boy, when they just get...
Okay, I see her now. She's
Yep. Dog just...
kind of behind the...
Yep. And this
the
is...
decoy gun.
So, Carl, if you were on the mat,
Yeah.
could you walk out and find that bird from the line? Could you mark it and go out and pick it up?
Eventually, yeah.
I laugh at myself, the story. He's working on getting this bird where I was on my first big moose hunt, and I knocked down a nice big bull moose.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew exactly how far it was because I had a rangefinder. It was 192 yards.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the size of a Suburban, for Christ's sake,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I was like pretty excited, to say the least.
Yeah.
And I put my pack on and I started walking towards this moose, and I went around a cluster of
willows or alders or
spruce
something,
trees.
yeah, yeah.
2 hours later, I can't find this moose. I am getting frustrated. All right, we're coming out to help this dog. And I get myself back up to where I shot this moose from, and I found my casing, and I stared. There was a little opening in the metal and I walked at that opening like the perfectly trained retriever.
Mm-hmm.
And in 10 minutes walked up on that moose.
Yep.
And then I went, aha. That's why we teach them to go straight.
Yeah, you betcha. And you know, it's the same if you're like a quail hunter or a bird hunter. You know what I mean? You shoot a bird, and for me, I say quail because, you know, a lot of pointers don't really have a lot of retrieving them.
Right, so you're the retriever.
Yeah, you better mark your birds. And the way to really mark them is, you know, you never take your eye off a spot that you see them fall and you walk straight to that spot. Well, you know, it's a lot easier for us that can walk slowly and keep our eyes on a spot compared to a dog that's running full out and trying to remember and look at the ground, and, you know.
I know. And I just shook my head and I said, I'm a retriever trainer.
Yeah.
I could not mark
I can't mark a moose.
pound animal at 192 yards as a single, and I expect my dogs to mark twice that distance on a 2-pound bird.
Yeah.
And I just had to laugh.
How funny.
All right, here goes Rhodey.
Rhodey and Remy.
Cueing. Let's see what he does here now. So he's
cueing each bird.
Did he cue the right bird first?
I think he did.
Or he must be cueing the middle bird right
middle there. Yeah.
Got the dog a little. Now, see how the dog kind of yawned? That cue kind of. Now he's gonna.
He's gonna show him the
just say,
short
hey,
bird.
there's a short bird here.
Yeah. I worry, and this is where it depends on the dog. I worry less about that short bird cueing it if the dog's on the left and it's a really steady dog. But if it's a creeper, creeper or it's on the right, I'm really
We had one
gonna
dog
show
not see it.
That's right.
And that dog didn't creep though. It just. Okay, so let's. What I can't tell is where Rhodey's got this dog pointed when he signals. Okay, there's. The dog snapped its head over and said,
"Yeah,
did I miss something?"
There you
go.
Okay,
There's the dog
that's a
clicked
good
over
look.
to the right bird.
Yeah.
This is where I tell my people, watch the dog.
Mm-hmm.
You know where the birds are going.
You bet.
You need to watch and see what the dog's seeing. Well, see, there's a good example. Dog's nice and steady.
Mm-hmm.
Rhodey steps up, takes his time, and sends.
Well, he's done his part. Now, how about the dog?
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So all the A&M guys got the 12th man jersey. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Do we need like a third man jersey? You, the dog, and somebody helping you for the handlers? You need. That's your team behind you. That'd be a pretty typical shot upland bird at that distance, wouldn't it?
Yeah, right. For sure. For sure.
You know, you launched it, you made a nice long shot, and it fell in there, and you're going, come on, find the bird. Boy, I watched some of those Springer Spaniels marking the cover that's...
Oh, isn't that something? Yeah.
What?
That's amazing.
Armpit high in us, and those little dogs can't see, and they sail, and those dogs mark those birds, and it's amazing.
Oh boy.
We'd never ever think of throwing that kind of mark for a retriever and think it was fair.
Mm-hmm.
All right, he's working this go bird out, and you're just...
Rhodey's chewing on his whistle a
gonna
little
chew
bit.
that whistle
Yeah.
in half. Going, dude, come up with this bird.
Man, now she's just getting a little disoriented.
Yeah, and you see,
come on now, get back.
She looks like she's a little bit worried now.
Mm-hmm.
Tail's, she's going like, I should be.
I should have found it
bird.
by now. Yeah. Am I in the right place?
Just get it? No, she's still working on it. Dang it. Okay, what did she just do there? She made a sharp little turn, but yeah. She's kind of trying to go perpendicular to the wind. To
quarter it a little bit.
Quarter a little bit, which is smart. But she's not making game of this
She's
bird.
been everywhere. She's been deep of it. She's been short of it.
She's thinking about leaving. He's definitely just... Think he's going to handle? Yeah, he is.
I don't think he'll let her get... no, I don't think he'll let her get far from it again.
There it goes. It's not, I mean, again, it's short, but it's like you're thinking like, well, she's been where I would handle to.
I know. It's, yes.
Rex always talked about handling here. Go to your first guess and box.
Okay.
And then if that's not right, go to your next best guess and box and just
systematically
search an area.
Yeah. Well, he did it pretty quick, you know.
Yeah.
And, like I said, that's the oxymoron.
When in doubt, do what you have to do to get downwind.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. From the looks of things, maybe she was
quite deep enough.
Yeah. Because when he finally handled there, she was a little deeper.
Well, that's the good line.
Right there. They push off the decoys.
Mm-hmm.
And then the bend happens.
Looks like he's...
Made a little right-hand move there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of refinding my reference to where this bird is, but he's going to be behind where the gun threw from and get drawn into the triangle.
She's not in yet, but...
No, the triangle's a little more left, but he's...
Yeah, but it would scare me to death to poke right of those decoys. You know what I mean? Because the more you work at it, the more you take over and drive, then they might just line out to right field.
And then you say, I taught him to go where they're pointed, and now I pointed him somewhere and where the bird wasn't.
No, I couldn't live with that. I'd take my chances doing just what Rhodey did here.
But you've handled on one, and he's not going to have to do something, and he decides to. One of the hard things when you ran a bunch of dogs is not to get inside your head if you have a few bad jobs.
Absolutely.
You start to kind of second guess yourself, and your insecurity feeds into the dog, and you know, so there's times where you get in the groove and you feel like you.
Well, I think the visibility for the dog has got to be really tough looking back here right now. We've got the sun a little behind us. We've got tents and canopies and people and judges and four-wheelers and a big old stage here. A lot of clutter.
So you remember those, like, you go to a football game and they've got those foam big hands, the number one?
Yeah.
I was going to stick, like, stuff in my pocket and handle with them. The foam hands that are about, you can wear handling gloves.
Kind of like the goalies at soccer goalies, but bigger. Mm-hmm.
Big, like 18 inches wide and 2 feet long.
I think they'd have to get you for that one. I'm not sure on what grounds, but.
Having too much fun?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be done.
Well, you know, you talked about this yesterday, is getting in a groove, you know, and I mean, I think we can probably both recount it both ways.
Oh yeah, that's kind of what I was saying.
You talked about it yesterday, and so I went back last night in my room, and I'm thinking about like one open I remember that I got first, second, third, and reserve jam. I mean, I was at the qualifying and came over and just, I didn't know it was supposed to be hard, you know, and I just hit it dog after dog, and everybody looked at me like, how the heck are you doing that, you know? And then another one I remember down in your neck of the woods, I think it was that December trial. I only had 7 dogs, but I went to the First Jersey Open, picked up 7 dogs, you know? That makes you crazy, doesn't it?
Sure it does.
Yeah. I just didn't know how I could pick up a bird.
There's a lot of character building that goes on, I'll tell you.
It sounds like our...
Jib Joe made it right, and then we've got a new Jib Joe. We got to fill in with Jib Joe is our cameraman with the boom camera. That's called a Jib Cam, and he's quite talented with that. And he'd walk by, and I looked over, and who's on the Jib Cam?
Looks like Brandon over there, isn't it?
Yes.
Right on.
He's got he's breaking in a new guy. And how long would you say that boom is? 12 foot? 15 foot?
Yeah, somewhere there.
So it's a 15-foot boom arm with a high-tech camera in that we're watching.
Look at this. We've handled on 2 birds, and I think you might just go.
You're right.
Oh,
and
just
the right
at the very last second. I mean, I see the tuft of grass you were talking about.
Yes, there's one little brown clump that's my marker from here.
It's about 10 feet to the left of her.
Right
there.
Right? I mean,
I got it. I'm with you.
I've got...
And she... oh, that just...
So that 15-foot boom arm camera, I know, isn't that insult to injury? You,
Yeah,
you
that's
handle on
right.
the go bird, you handle
on the right
goes
bird
up,
and go-
smokes that one.
Yeah.
That 15.
And to me, that's even maybe a more impressive mark when you miss it on the upwind side by 5
doubt.
feet and you stay right there. you know.
Okay. We've got it. Okay, here's our diagram of our test.
Okay.
The wind is blowing to the west from right to left. And there we go. Our arrows are looking right there. Okay, well there's your overhead view. Right down there, the blue tent, you see what says the line.
Yeah.
Gunner in the middle, that's your dry gunner. They shoot first, dry shot. R1, retired gun 1, throws from left to right. 184 yards is what they got it marked at. R2 throws right to left. Did I say R1's left to right? R2 is right to left.
Yep.
And then there's your short bird on the left. And
Yeah,
everybody has gone 3. They've sent for 3, 1, and then 2.
Yep.
They not necessarily retrieved it that way, but there's a good reference. Yeah, we had to make a correction on our diagram.
Well, and, you know, I wouldn't have guessed that go bird is 126 yards either.
Yeah.
It just doesn't appear that far. But I'm going to trust you guys.
You know what? I don't get too red.
No,
I think
that's
radiuses are just relevant to the field and the factors.
Amen. I've seen
Sometimes 250 yards is a long way,
yeah.
and sometimes 500 yards is not very long.
That's
Don't
right.
just get there. It's the factors that in between.
All right, here's Chuck and Team LSU here.
Okay. The Bayou Bengal guy coming up here. This Doug's. Well,
Sit there.
that's old school, baby.
Yeah,
Jumping
man.
out, coming
That
back.
reminded
spinning.
me of a
I stood
little
next to a few
Cosmo
like that.
action and
Yep. Lordy's, when I was at Mike's, we had a female that won a Canadian National Night, Big River Bona May.
oh yeah.
And she would run out, and she'd be running back towards you when the bird's in the air.
Yep.
I said, how in the she didn't see a single one of them. And she'd find them better. We could have
Amen.
sworn we could have just shot a pistol, laid the birds on the ground, and she could have marked them better
Yep.
than the ones that saw them. So they do that. But it's certainly not what you want, but
No.
some of them are amazing at it.
There was a big yellow dog in California when I kind of was starting out there called Warren Bond's buckwheat.
Oh, yeah.
Remember?
Yep.
Gary, I think
Absolutely.
Gary Algren was running them at the time, or Mary maybe, but same kind of thing. You know, he'd look at that big water triple and he'd just look at where the guns stood, and he'd watch the flyer 3 times. You know, every time a gun would shoot, all he'd do is look at the flyer, and he'd go out there and bang the other 2 just because of where the gunner stood.
Yeah, good point. They're making some adjustments with these tents to give these dogs shade in the holding blind. Okay, here we go. Got the go bird with a little bit of hunt. Boy, feels like he's bent left pretty
This is a little
early.
Yeah, we're running right at the decoy gun at the moment.
Yikes.
Straight at the Bermuda Triangle. Let's see what happens. New
Which way is he gonna
strategy
hunt,
here.
right or left?
Left.
What's your guess?
Left.
Yeah.
With the wind, wouldn't you say? Just because I said that, he'll go right.
I know. I was just wondering. I was trying to read what he was. He made a slight right move as he went into cover, but I guess we'll know next time we see him. He went right.
Yep.
He's over about where the gun stood.
Yeah, and he sat down there. Little pop, saying where? Kind of forgot where I was going.
God, he made a move and
Yeah,
started to think.
I think maybe just got a little confused.
Interesting, because you and I did a Purina master class on
Oh yeah, on popping.
popping dogs and marks.
Well, that's been a few years since we
Yes,
did
it
that.
has.
Holy
but
cow.
You kind of shared with me
Yeah.
a procedure that
Little drill.
from Jack Volstead and that you use
That's
effectively.
exactly right.
And
Yep.
I've used that quite a bit and coached a number of people through it.
Yeah.
Because it's very different than popping in root on a blind.
That's right. That's right.
It's popping in the process of a hunt, so you're not going to tell the dog to go back.
Right. And a lot of time that pop would come deep of a short bird.
Yes.
And so it's really hard to
you
fix
wanna-
because you don't want to put any pressure and drive the dog deeper and prevent it from, get it nervous about coming back in. So kind of a
And
tricky deal.
Ironically enough, I mean, and you and I both admit it, a number of really good dogs have gone through stages of popping.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yep. The one for me was Shaq, and there was another dog, not quite that good a dog, but Izzy that got into a popping deal. And Izzy was a litter mate to like 4 field champions that were good. Cruz, and I'm trying to remember that breeding, but it was
Who was that RSK Smooth Sailing dog? Yeah, I had him. That sucker won 3 opens and he was 3 years old. He was a talented dog.
Oh yeah, Izzy was a little more go than brains, but I think sometimes you're trying to make him think a little more, and you can get him confused. But
a couple dogs, Patton.
Yeah, Patton was
our General Patton went through a big popping stage.
Same breeding as Izzy.
Same
breeding. Yeah.
You're right. That is the same breeding. And then
not a litter mate, but same breeding.
Ranger. Charlie's Ranger.
Okay.
Nick of Time's Lone Ranger.
Okay, now that was a different breeding, right? That's not the same.
Yeah, that was. Remember, that was Sprees Out of the Woods and Scans Nick of Time.
Yeah.
But those are just some, high-level dogs.
That's right. That's right.
High-level dogs here. They're going to that went through stages of their life. So.
Yep.
Everybody at home, when the big boys, the really good dogs, they've gone through rough spells too. So don't be discouraged if you got to work through some of those things. More common than you think.
Okay, here's a dog that's a first one we've seen in a while that's a little bit like, he's a little left of the line, but has got the right bend.
Okay, here we
this
go.
feels
Here we go.
good.
This
feels like we ought to drill a bird here.
Now, what's going to happen here? He's definitely.
I mean, there you go. There you go.
There's your answer, buddy. There's your answer right there.
Yeah. So.
I don't know how much you guys saw that, but that dog was just
outside that bird.
Outside that bird. So your idea to step up a little bit now certainly kind of confirm that.
Yeah. You don't want to send them to the water tower, but
looks like they're making some sort of a move out to the field, probably
maybe a
rebirding or hydrating the boys.
Yeah.
Here's our board here, everybody.
All right.
There's our amateur division. So Mark Carter with that earlier handle, 46 is still the lowest score we've got so far. We got a 159, a 91, and all right. And then there's Lyle with the 31. He's the lowest open score. There's another 46. So, well, are we still down to only one dog that hasn't handled on the hole?
I'm trying to remember here,
and
but
that's I think the Thor dog, the 31. But I remember that. The chocolate female, the 10-year-old female and we thought, well, he's just preserving her. Well, looks pretty smart right now, doesn't it?
That's right. That's right.
He blows a pretty quick whistle on this right-hand mark.
Yep.
As the dog starts to bend, puts her on the bird, goes out and hits the middle bird, and comes home with.
There's a look at the
second lowest
at the parking lot and the gallery. There's a bunch of people
look at there, guys.
In the tents watching the feed.
You think we aren't having fun? That's a good-looking crew there. There's our Purina tent.
It's better than a field. That's better than a football tailgate there.
Yep. We've got a big. That's our version
That's
of
our
Jerry's
stage
World.
back
We got
there.
a jumbotron in that tent, and everybody's watching the action and listening to us jabber about it.
There we go. That was a quick rehydrate or something.
We got Luke Kerr and Harley,
Okay.
year old FC field trial champion.
I remember this dog from somehow.
Is it out of Charlie Heinz's Mickey? It
yeah.
says Mickey's. I can only assume.
Next year we're going to have to request a
The Siren Dam.
Siren Dam of these dogs. I think that'd be kind of fun.
They're probably not going to let us do that because we're just going to go off on old stories, aren't we?
Yeah.
I remember Old Blue,
Yeah.
right?
There's a method to their madness.
I tell you gotta love those flasher birds. I mean, they're just, you know, on game day, even if you have a drake out there, you're hoping a wing opens up, and one time you get a bird that's visible, the next time you don't. These are pretty consistent.
That's right.
All right, Luke sends them on the go bird.
Well, dog looked like he saw the birds.
There's the water tower that we looked at so many times.
Yeah.
We're going to look at it one more day after this. Okay, made short work of that bird. Luke is deep in concentration.
Game
Got the
face
dog
on
on.
here, yeah.
Maybe left-sided only.
Harley.
More so than changing what order you pick them up on, you're going to start to make adjustments, how hard you influence one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably your, you know.
Now here, that was an interesting move. There's a.
Yes, it is. Let's see if there's our spot.
That's the spot. Man, what happened there? We'll never know, Pat, but I'm going to tell you, there has been hardly
I
going
mean,
to
they
pull
not
a bird
only
out
stop
of the
there,
mud.
they stick their nose down in the
Telling you.
grass.
And it's not far from, look, he's going to get the bird. Look how close that is to that bird. That's, we'll never know. You can walk out there. and
I'm
work
going to
out
walk
there.
out there. I am that curious. Now, I'm not sure. My nose is...
You may never find it.
No,
You couldn't find a bull moose at
192 yards. How am I going to find that?
That's right.
Probably a couple feathers from,
Yeah.
from a bird that got hit by a hawk last night.
That's right.
You know, it could
Yeah.
be something like that, a carcass of a little animal or something that...
Dead mouse, something.
But there's something there.
Yep, for sure.
I'd have to, you know, if I was smart, I'd just take a dog with me and let them show it.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 good birds. Let's see how hard Luke pushes. If he's going to push, he's stepping up. There goes the 1 step. There's 2 steps. There's a little bump again.
Yeah.
He's up high on his shoulder. Watch, he won't see. His hand's going to, he's going to even reset because he wants to probably push you again a little bit more. Boom. So every time
There it
he moves
is.
forward, he's trying to influence the dog to the left a little bit. He's up by that right ear. You're gonna watch it. Now, the hand was in, you just couldn't see it. It
Yeah,
was high.
I saw the hand. Yeah, I saw the hand there. And that's the line.
Here we
So,
You bet. All right, let's see this.
Luke's got to be feeling pretty good about this here.
Look at him. He's already starting to act like he says, I think it's birds around here somewhere. He's not only going to get the wind, he knows there's a bird there. Look
Yeah,
there.
that's like a,
Now, there's your job.
I was going to say, I want to clap for that, but.
You bet. How do you not clap for that?
Yeah, yeah.
Way to go, Luke. All right. Boy, that was a great example of influencing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Without changing his mind.
I mean, and it was subtle enough.
Yeah.
I mean, right leg, left leg.
Yeah, you don't want to change your
Moved
mind.
up. I always said my starting position is about the socket of the shoulder. And he moved up almost between the dog's collar and ear.
Mm-hmm.
And it just moved that dog over, you know, click, 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 and put him right in the sweet spot.
Yeah, that's right.
And it didn't hurt that the dog acted like he knew where the bird was. Either.
Of course,
but
of course.
It's still, you could.
Yeah. How old
I
was he?
promise you, if he would have just been
kicked
a little
him off,
he probably would have
nonchalant.
ended up under the arc, and the tendency was to hunt right. So,
no, that was well done. All right, 49. Who do we have here?
and that's probably why that dog has the two
FC
leathers
in front of it?
field champion
Yeah.
in front of his name, because he's done that more than once. But
That's right.
All right, you're betting, man. What's that score?
Oof.
Teens? Less? 13.
That's a good guess. I don't know whether to go under or over.
I didn't get, maybe his biggest hunt was on the Go-Bird.
Yeah.
And which I couldn't see very well. All right, Ranger and Dustin Owens. Only John Wayne.
Right.
And Ranger is off.
All right. 6-year-old.
Working on that Go-Bird.
It's got to make you feel a little better right after you see a dog do the test. You know?
Yes.
I always built a little confidence.
Here.
So.
Here. Heel. Heel. Sit down. Sit. Sit down. Sit. Sit.
All right, there's a, see how he cued with, oh, here he goes.
Here we go. Here's our first one to go.
Middle second?
Middle second.
Well. Kind
Ranger!
of goes
Big
middle,
send.
he sends firm. I'm glad he did it just for my curiosity, if
Yeah.
nothing else.
Yeah. Yeah. But a sample size of 1 does not a
No, but he has
trend make, but we gotta.
And he stepped, as hard as he stepped up, he was breaking right at
I think he was strongly influenced. It appeared like that dog was strongly influenced at the
by the decoy.
dry gun, yeah,
Dry gun,
decoy
right.
gun. Which I can understand. We ought to be seeing a score for Luke here pretty quick.
Yeah, I know. That's what
I think you're high at 13. I'm going to go under. I'm going to take the
Single
under.
digits?
No, I'm just going to take the under on 13.
Okay. I got 13 and above, and you got 13 and
Yeah,
below?
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it a cold?
It's like Price. It's like Price is Right. Yeah, I'm game for that. It's like
Okay.
Price is Right. Closest without going over.
Okay. Whatever it is, it's going to be a good score.
That's right.
That we do know.
Yeah. Pretty safe. It's going to be our best one yet.
Come here. Heel. 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 Sit down.
Well, we're in our second row.
Sit down. Here. Sit. Sit. Here.
This is our 20th dog.
Okay. What time did we kick off? Was it 1:30?
A little bit closer to 2.
Okay.
Okay, so it's 4:45 now.
Mm-hmm.
My guess is
run 3 hours anyway, right?
My guess is you're averaging about 7 yards an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Ranger!
$11 for Luke and Harley.
11, well.
Well, you're buying.
I'm glad you're staying at a different hotel.
Yeah, yeah. You're in luck. Even though we had the handle on that middle bird,
yes,
we're getting some
There's a
push
spot.
here. There's the spot, and if it doesn't blow his mind, the bird's about 10 feet deep of that.
Were you at the National where it happened on a blind? Dog did something, but it wouldn't be in this situation, but a dog ends up going out of the area and comes up with a bumper that had been left there from training. This dog ended up giving.
He hunted that spot and popped.
And he popped.
Yeah.
And it was offline, but they stopped the trial, they had the committee meeting, and they ended up putting the bumper back out.
I'll be darned.
So if you went out there,
yeah,
and there was a dead possum carcass,
right? What do you do?
Do you have to leave it? Would you pick it up? Does it change the test? I mean, if it's something artificial that fell out of a four-wheeler or something, like a, but if it's something natural,
right? I don't know. That's a good question.
But there's something there. They don't. I mean, they hit the brakes like.
Yeah.
It may not even be anything we could see.
Right. Absolutely right.
It could be a fox in season.
I was just about to say a female in heat peed there, or a fox.
There's something. They're acting like that, but they are definitely slam on the brakes when they hit that spot. Very interesting. All right. This is our 21st dog coming up.
Who do we got here?
Is this Mr. Bob, Clark Kennington.
A dog named Bob?
Dog named Bob. Comes in with 121 points. So Luke's combined 133 now is. Now all the other guys I announced start predicting the cut number.
Yeah, they probably bet on it. No, on these guys.
Oh yeah,
they probably got money on it.
Well, we'd be betting on callback numbers. I mean, field trailers would, but so are you betting on the open cutoff? Pretty hard to do until we see some of these low numbers run.
Yeah, for sure.
Hard to believe you're going to see much better job than so. He probably got that those 11 points on the Go Bird.
Yeah.
And maybe the slightest.
Well, and
you got to leave room for perfection, I guess.
Yeah, and there's one would think that you feel like you'd want to be 100% sure that you're safe with that 11, but there's still 133 points there. I haven't done the math, but as people start handling quicker, there's no guarantee you're getting in with a 133.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Come here, Bob.
Yep.
Here.
It'd have to be, I mean, most of the time they'll say, I mean, it seems like you got over under on 100.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But you'd have to sit there and start studying low numbers and do some counting.
Somebody's putting more thought into that than I am.
Some of those, and that's what they're going to start to look at too. They're going to start to say, you're going to start counting. And what I mean, if you saw what a 46 will get you, and you got a 40 going in, you're going to say,
You bet.
well, that preemptive handle now. Okay, here's a dog that comes up to the right.
Well, he's just a smidge right of that bird.
His first move is right, and his second move is right. Now,
I'll tell you,
there
so
was nothing
far-
from the previous test as deep as this dog is.
Correct,
So there's no,
correct.
should be no influence from anything, but he is.
He's kind of coming back towards the bird here. Pretty good.
He's near.
Now he's
that's-
getting a little closer to where the blind was yesterday.
He's very close to where the blind was. Now he's.
Well, that's.
And I don't. You know, it's not.
I
It
thought
didn't
we
feel
might
like
see
he
more of
played
that,
really.
but I thought we might see more of that, but we haven't. That's the first one
No,
we've seen back
but
over
he's
in there.
definitely influenced now by some of the
Yes.
stuff going on that happened initially, but then. But you could see he's.
Come here! Here! Here!
He is bound and determined to stay over there,
Mm-hmm.
and that's. You know what? You put 118
Yeah. Bumpers down
bumpers
over
or
there.
ATBs down there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a fair amount of scent there. No, that's not where he went initially, but when he started to come in, he said, well, I think it's to the right, and here's something over here. And he finally casts out of there. It'd be interesting. I mean, I would like to have been, had the perspective behind him and see where Clark
Was looking-
pointed.
Yeah, where the dog was looking.
Because it didn't seem when he sent like he was extremely right.
No, he didn't. He just kind of shouldered.
Made more move to them.
Mm-hmm. That's when the dog's digging into the wind and you're going, no, just a little fade here, please.
Got a little bit of that curly tail. What was the dog of Sherwin Scott's that had the really good marker? The black male. Didn't you have him a little bit?
Doc?
Doc.
Yeah, that one. He was a heck of a marker.
Oof. You think some of those dogs, they could just, they just could find them with no.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They had their other issues.
That's right. Yep.
But some of those are bird finding machines, and that was, I can think of like maybe 8 or 10 dogs that I stood next to that just found birds when nobody else did.
Yep.
He was one of them. Okay, well here's another dog on that slightly left line. I mean, bend
Picking up momentum, but digging into the wind a little bit here. He's gonna
be upwind.
5 feet upwind, or maybe 10 feet. But
boy, not by much.
Well, that's close. Ooh, if he'll just bend left a couple feet. Which way did his bird bounce?
It's just now he's a bit deeper, the bird.
Yep.
But the dog's putting on a solid hunt here.
Yeah, he stayed right there. Nice. That was nice. Take that.
Heck of a job there.
Yeah. You betcha.
I just didn't see that coming on the right.
Yeah. But you knew it was going to happen to a few dogs.
Yeah.
There was no question. So.
Yeah, Clark is, God darn it.
Yeah,
He needed to
yeah.
push that middle bird is what he's thinking.
Yeah.
Put that right
Yep.
in. Okay. We got Luke Core coming back up with Mac, huh?
Come here. 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 Here we go.
4-year-old dog.
An enthusiastic 4-year-old dog.
Mhm.
See him bounce his way.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Happy feet.
Got a little pongo stick, gonna jump up in the air.
So he's a good marker. Has lots of desire. Well, he's sitting there good now. That's okay. Those were the toughest things to work on. Line manners and voice. Those are the two killers.
I find myself wanting to give him a number. I started to say 22. Go ahead and send him.
Yeah. You know, there's another thing you see here that's a little different from a field trial.
Yeah.
And that is that influence on the line with padding legs and all that. You know, unless things have changed, when I ran a dog, that could be considered intimidation to tap your leg to try and draw the dog's head back. Or, you know, meanwhile, people would do a shuffle backwards to try and pull them, but you're really not supposed to use your hand and be considered, or talk to them. And when you watch it here, I find this very unoffensive.
Yes.
It's communicating with the dog. It's teamwork. I really like that the handler's allowed to help communicate with their dog to see the birds. You know?
Yeah, because I mean, if I'm a judge and if I'm a trainer,
yeah,
I want them to see the marks and see if they can find what they see.
That's right.
That really is. I want every dog to see the mark.
Yep. Yep. And so I kind of like that here. I think that's. I've seen a couple people put their hand in as the birds are going down. That's a little different, but again, evidently not an issue.
Okay, well there's quite a path there. Is that a 4-wheeler truck?
Looks like it.
It's probably the 4-wheeler truck that rebirded the previous test, yep.
Yeah, that's right. This
Now,
looks like a good zip code here.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
That's a nice mark.
Well, there's one that didn't stop and hunt that little spot shape.
Yeah, and when it first started checking, I wasn't sure if it was the spot or the bird. I think it was the bird, based on picking that up.
You can see they get over just, there's a little hump, a little rise there. That bird's just on the back side of that. Let's see if, let's watch him. You could darn near, look at now. So he's on the right side of the map.
Which I think is a good, I think that's a good play.
Okay, so let's talk. All right, here he is again. Same handler that we talked about before. He's at the shoulder socket.
And I'm going to step up.
2, 3, 4. And the other dog even re-heeled. There's the click. Saw the dog's head pop over on that move.
This is a little tighter line than he got before. This one's, let's see what Luke does.
The other dog, he actually
pushed a little harder.
And re-heeled.
Yeah.
And he might be wishing he did that here. Well, let's see what this dog does. Now makes up. I mean, you'd think normally, you get the bird from there, and he looks like he's going to get the bird.
You feel like
he made a, but he's a little deep. He definitely ID'd where the gun was and hunted off of that. But now he's gone naping over the ridge. Now he's left.
You should get it there.
Oh,
he's a little deep
because he's made a lot of really good moves here. He's just got to make the last one, and there's another good move. But he's still, he's between the bird and the gun in deep. And the more he doesn't find it, he's going to try something different. It's just not, well, there's another back. I don't know how much you can see of this, but if you can, it's really a interesting hunt. Now he's
making a big move there.
All right, buddy, come on, fine. But what he's getting, and he's just, I don't know how deep, but it's 10, 15 yards maybe.
Yeah.
And he's just not getting any information, not getting any scent.
And we sort of have two opposing factors here. You've got the wind that would take them left, but the tree line wants to draw them right. You know, a dog wants to hunt over to a tree line typically, and so, you know, they got to come away from that tree line, but then get downwind of the bird.
So interesting. So interesting, because his initial stab was really nice.
And made some really good moves to start with.
And he's made some really smart moves, just not quite smart enough. And now he's hunting a little more right. This is probably the influence of the trail of retiring, I'm sure, because he's hunting a little deeper and more right in the direction that the gun retreats to the woods. When he comes left, he just, and Luke decides, all right, we can't do. Now you gotta be able, this guy's just, you gotta still be able to handle to this thing.
Boy, it's just such an attraction to those trees there, with the guns and everything in there.
I'm surprised he's not hollering here as illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's got to get him in. If he can get him in, he can get him over, I think, don't you?
Yeah, yeah. Well, generally, that downwind cast is the easiest thing to get.
It is.
But they got to come out enough to see you, and I think the visibility is poor, and there's a lot of scent and dog traffic to the right.
He's really set up camp in that there.
The Bermuda Triangle?
Well, he's getting close to it. He's in the outer skirts of it.
Yeah.
The outer band.
Yeah. There's your here.
Now he'll get the cast, I bet. If he can see him. No, he's just having trouble picking him out.
Yeah.
And don't let him get back in there again, Luke. Here it is right there. He's close.
Should get it right there. Ooh.
There he just.
Okay.
Gosh, darn it. Darn it. I mean,
Game's brutal sometimes, isn't it?
Lots of effort on that dog's part. Lots of effort.
Yeah.
All right. We got 68 coming up. That's Rhodey and Macy.
Is that right?
Wasn't that Mac? Oh, wait a minute. Oh.
That was Macy that just...
No, Harley was... he's got a...
Okay, yeah. All right. Sorry, here we go. That was
Mac, I think, wasn't it?
Yep. And then Rhodey with Macy. Okay, and they're back to back.
Yeah, because Luke's got three kind of in a row here.
Confusing, yeah. All right, yeah, this is Rhodey in 52. Or excuse me, 68.
All right, 68. Rhodey and Macy coming in with a 118. Now, Rhodey's showing him in a different order this time.
Mm-hmm.
He showed, he kind of went,
yeah.
This time he went more in reverse order, which I was kind of watching him the first time. I think that's Q in the middle bird.
Well, if you remember, he had the handle on that short bird. And so he's probably a little more, you know, I don't want that to happen again.
Well, there's the hand. We got a lot of concentration. Look at that dog just
Way sharp.
All right. Oh.
Rhodey did what we were talking about before, and
Yep.
I think that's the right move.
That was the dry shot that he tapped her out, that he eared her off the dry shot.
Yep.
You don't want to step up too hard there.
Nope, but you got to get him off
swing
that
right
middle
by
bird.
that bird.
Mm-hmm. Boy, Boy, she looked keen at all of them, to my mind. That's the right start.
You know, and you just had that previous test where you had
the flower pot or fountain or
and
mama papa, whatever you want to call it.
You've got that the dry gun, and the Longbird is the anti-mama papa, right? That's because there's so much more depth.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, we really haven't had dogs hang up much behind that middle gun. Coming in. He's got that one clean.
Oh, I like her look. Her first look is good. Ears up.
Right. Boom.
Yeah, he's back, so he's pulling a little bit.
Sure, good looking dog there.
I like her.
She's going to look better with this bump, with this ATB in her mouth.
Yeah,
she's
right.
going with purpose and going in a darn good spot.
Ooh. Okay, so I was hoping that was the bird, but that was the little.
That's our spot.
Spot of whatever it is.
Their nose
I
right
mean,
in the ground.
And it's right there. Bird's
check it
right
out, will you?
there. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
And that's
pretty.
Doesn't that get you the bird? Come on, baby. Don't come on. Holy.
Don't get your feet under you. Okay.
I don't know how she missed it the first time she dove in there.
I know. She's a little fast. I mean, she's a little quick. You know, her feet are just a little faster than her.
Very
brain,
much like that Luke's right-hand bird that he did with the 11. Now let's see if he can do Luke's middle bird.
Right. Right.
All right. Tell me more about this dog. She's intriguing. She is how old? 6-year-old.
6-year-old female. Yeah.
Best little memory marker. Well.
So far, so good.
So far, so good is right.
Master hunter, master national hunter.
Well, she thinks she knows where she bumps her.
She's a Hall of Famer.
Macy!
Some of those dogs, like when they say, I know where it is, sometimes all you can do is get in their way. Let's see if that's the case. Rhodey did not do a bunch of additional pushing, and he might wished he had. He's going right pretty much in the direction where the gun stood. Would you call me and you armchair quarterback?
Yeah.
Because we're sitting here saying, well, there's...
I like the color commentary. I don't know.
You know, we're just saying, well, I would have done it.
Yeah, right.
Easy to say, isn't it?
Yeah.
But we're sitting here studying what the previous handler just did.
Yep. Yep. There's been a few figured out quick, but more than not, they've done this. And the more like we said before, the more foot traffic and dog scent spit there.
Okay,
come
okay,
on, bump out
Macy,
there.
come on, baby. Boy, they just... It's a long bird that they want to hunt longer.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Relatively long.
That's what we've talked about before. I've seen, 250 yard birds that you can't get to, and 400 yard birds that the biggest problem is you overrun them. Yeah.
Yep.
This is just that.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Here!
That's not the easiest cast to get.
No, and he's got
to look through that dry gunner.
Yep.
Well, he must.
Well, he got it.
Rhodey got it marked. Ooh, don't. I couldn't tell. He must have moved, and she didn't see him, so he had to throw
the voice. Yeah. And that's what the 50-90 rule.
Yeah.
50-50 which way she'll turn, and 90% of the time it's the wrong way. Yeah.
So. Well, he didn't waste much time with comments. He reeled her in with a here, got her over there.
Yeah, I think it was good handling. He just wishes he didn't have to handle.
They're coming to us. Hey there. I better sit up straight. He told me to look presentable. How you doing there, buddy?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good time here.
Been good chatting, armchair quarterbacking.
We're armchair quarterbacking at its best right here. We're telling this is what I would have done, but it's great stuff. And they're right in our, well, I tell you, they're in our wheelhouse, Carl. This is the kind of stuff you and I spent a big majority of our life doing.
Yeah, you maybe more since you're older.
Oh, boy, darn. Well, we've got a great, challenging triple here with some interesting, every time you see new stuff.
Yep.
And I'm really puzzled by those dogs that get to where the gun was on that middle station.
Yep.
And just can't come up with a bird and have to handle. Painful to watch.
It is hard. And I mean, if I had to really analyze it, I just think it's that, you're retiring that gun a little deep of that bird and into the trees, and you've created a little trail there. And so if they don't make it pretty quick on that pass, they can get hung up deep of the bird in a place they can never wind it. And so, they feel like if they leave too much, they feel like they're leaving the area, and they don't want to do that. So,
yeah, I mean, and it just, how do you judge that depth? We're elevated. I'm sitting, 5-6 foot above ground level, and they're right there, low with that broom straw in front of them and trying to look through it. I mean, you just have to have all the sympathy in the world. All right.
There's no question the dogs are getting a good look at the guns.
Yes, they
and
are.
a good look at the birds in the air as they fall. You can't.
Those flashers just. They got a big chunk of white on them. The dogs see them in the air.
Yep. And that's a big part of having a good test. You can see the guns, you can see the birds, and that's the case.
And then it's fair then.
Yep. But the flatness of the terrain makes it really hard to judge that depth.
One putting on a pretty good hunt. I think he just came up with it there.
Yeah. We've seen some guerrilla hunts on the go bird. So.
Well, you can see
answers on all three birds.
It's that
for sure.
wispy kind of little taller grass.
Yep.
And we call it broom straw, but I don't know exactly what it is, but just enough to obscure some of the vision. Not very thick. Well, this one is.
This is the quote Garmin series, and one of the things that was fun was that you put a Garmin collar on the test dogs and tracked how far they went, right?
Right.
And what was the distance?
Well, I think what I ended up doing is, we could almost do the math. I think what it did is that it combined the distance and the second test dog only picked up 2 birds.
Yeah.
But it was over 3 miles.
Yeah. 2 dogs, one at 3.4 miles, the 2 dogs ran, and the second dog didn't pick up the long bird. So, it's not that hard.
All those loops.
Yeah,
there's
it's not
20
that
yards there,
inconceivable.
40 yards there, 30
dog
yards
could
there.
do 2 miles here.
Yeah, in 2 miles it'd be what? 1,600 yards would be a mile.
Mm-hmm.
But it's longer than you think. If whether that's exactly accurate.
Sure. I mean, you hope they don't do that much.
Right. Yeah. And if I'm thinking if that feels too long, but it is always longer than you think.
That's right.
I'm kind of getting comfortable with that app, and it combines the hunts, the distance and the hunts. And I did have it on one of the test dogs in the first series, so.
Okay, so we might have.
It might be the combined first.
Oh, okay.
Second,
That
which
makes
probably
a little sense.
makes more sense.
Yeah. But even if a dog does this basically straight out and back to every bird,
yes.
Basically, let's average it and say it's 200 yards a bird. That's 400 yards, which is a quarter mile.
Right.
I mean.
Yep. I'm sure. I think it's certainly.
Yeah.
If you get out there and you cover a lot of territory in these hunts, you're definitely doing over a mile.
Yeah, you're between a half mile and a mile.
And so think about
it. Here's another one.
You do a mile.
We went for the right bird, and we're going to get the middle bird
into that area, but that's the zone when you sent for the middle bird. You couldn't come up with the middle
bird. I know.
She said, just get one of them. But you think of, okay, you went 1.25 miles, let's say, in 10 minutes.
Yeah. 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 They're athletes. They are canine athletes, to be sure.
That's,
you know, I think back to some of the success that, you know, Mike Lardy and Hanjum had, and I think some of that was, you know, I've talked to Mike a lot about it, was incorporating conditioning into training. And, you know, these trials are so competitive now that every little advantage that you can get is a couple more percent, you know?
Yep.
You,
a little fresher, I mean.
Yep. You have the dog in a little better shape. You
Well,
have
this
them,
dog, now I'm going to come back and get that middle bird. Yes.
Picked it up, yep. Yeah, you know.
I mean, there's so many things. Injury prevention, mental fitness.
Yep.
Just, you know, it's the release of just, you know, the drudgery and some anxiety, and just going out for a run, and obviously puts them in better shape. They don't fatigue as fast.
Yep. And from the Purina perspective, you know, I've got to throw in that nutrition plays a big part in this. That's the fuel, the fat, you know, these high-fat diets with a lot of calories helps their stamina.
Right.
VO2 max, that's some of the work that you did
with
up
Arlie
there
Reynolds.
Arlie Reynolds in Alaska studying sled
The combination of a great diet and exercise that makes them more efficient in the use of that, all that quality food, and there's just so much. And what did Vince Lombardi say? Fatigue makes cowards of us all.
Yeah. How about it?
Yeah. You make those guys run, and they're in great shape, those football players in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, this dog looks pretty fresh for.
How about, I would say, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Oh, we're pretty far right here.
Wide line right.
And that makes a little sense. He's getting some push from his first line. Right. You know, he sent right and ended up with the middle bird, so now he's got push off of that line.
Definitely going to be in that area where
there's kind of where the blind was finishing up, but made a good
where
turn
does the
there.
dog go from there? Well,
he almost went straight to the bird from there,
but started to kind of got to reorient here a little bit because the lighting's changing on some of my
he's
back.
going to get this. He's wandering into the zone of the unknown there, whatever that factor is, but got this pretty good here. I think, if he'll pick it up.
It's right in there, isn't it? Okay.
There you go. There you go.
We didn't handle.
Nope. Nope.
I mean, he
a little
certainly
more than a hook and a scoop,
No,
but
exactly.
Or a scoop and a hook. Yeah. Scoop and a hook.
Loop and a scoop.
Yeah, there you go.
That was that's judging that middle mark.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. So Rhodey coming in with a 67 with Macy. You know, he had the really good right bird, but had the handle on that middle bird.
After
a little hunt. Yeah.
So let's talk about that versus, what was it, Carter? Was that the early?
Oh, yeah.
That does
That
the
just
quick handle
handled
on the
early.
right bird and has a good middle bird.
Mm-hmm.
Saved 20 points with the quicker handle.
Yeah. But, you know, you handle early on that first bird, there's no guarantee you're going to go poke the second one, you know?
Well, that's right. But Rhodey poked the second one.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, if he would have handled sooner.
Quicker.
I mean, that's always hindsight.
Hindsight, yep.
Because I would have thought that dog would have figured that out.
It looked promising.
But
I mean,
just
she looked
when they
like she knew where she was going when she left the line.
So. And that dog is, you could just watch her. You know she's made a living. Okay.
Yeah.
We got Lyle
Dre.
back.
Yep.
Dre.
This was Frank Waters' old dog, I think.
Okay. Let's watch Lyle's routine, because they all have a routine.
Mm-hmm.
There's cueing that right gun. Left-sided only dog, probably.
What happened here? We had an early pop somehow.
Yeah, because I didn't see him signal.
I did not either. That's what I was wondering. I think that was a...
You surprised they didn't take him offline?
Mm-hmm.
But maybe Lyle didn't want to go offline. Yeah, I don't know where the pop came from.
I feel like it was the long left, or the middle gun. I think it was the middle gun. Okay.
Well, short
That's
throw.
a short high. Yep.
Are they going to? Boy, I'll tell you what. A few guys would like to have that one.
I would take that one right now.
Just based on where they want to hunt.
Where they, yes, yeah, more likely to find it.
So, I've never really done much of it, but some trainers I really respect seem to do it all the time, where they'll shoot on a long bird and fake a throw and not throw it.
Okay.
Shoot two other birds, pick it up, come back, and they do it in the form of the Alberta marking drill. Then you shoot the other two birds, pick up two, and when you get ready to send for that long bird, you do a silent rethrow.
Okay.
And there was some thought that and I thought, okay, explain this to me. What do you? And they felt that the dogs watched harder when you didn't throw the bird. They looked harder for it. Would that have, like, if you did that as a routine, would that create some confusion here? This is intended. Oh, now speaking of confusion, I think he's. Where's he going? Is he going middle? Well, he sure is, isn't he? Did he send there?
No, I don't believe so. Just based on Lyle's reaction with the bird, I felt like he was.
Well, where this bird is, if he keeps going long enough, he's going to be in a pretty good spot. But he still might even cut under the arc of it, huh?
Well, doggone. This is.
Yeah, there's something what.
A little confusing.
Even when the dog went left, he wasn't charging. There was something not quite right there, wasn't there?
Yep. And that's one of those deals. Occasionally, you go to send, and just as you're sending, the dog looks off, and then gets a little confused. But you'll remember this dog had a pop at the beginning. A little that may not have been helpful.
You know what? Sometimes you just don't know what they're.
Yeah. If you did, it wouldn't be as much fun.
Right.
Maybe once in a while it would be.
Carl, why don't you watch this a little bit? I'm going to go grab us a couple waters. Could you use a water?
I could use a water. You bet.
Let's go ahead. I'll go ahead and make a water run, and I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Lyle's trying to decide what to do here and which one to handle on. I think he's going to go. I don't know. I don't think he knows what he wants to do here. I think he's going to go. Yeah. It's not a good feeling either way. It's just hard when you can't see the dog to know what exactly decision to make. Right now we don't see the dog at all. Kinda. Lyle's looking. I don't know if he's seen him or not. It's hard to tell. I think probably going to have to do something here pretty quick. There's the dog. He's close to where the gunner stood on the right-hand bird. And You could tell the dog got a whiff of it. That wind's still a little bit from the east, which would be from the right. Usually quartering away, but sometimes straight across the test.
Hey, how many points for squirrel hunting?
Squirrel hunting? I think it's in the season. You gotta check that first.
Check it.
He didn't tree though.
Huh?
He didn't tree.
No, I didn't hear him tree it.
He was hunting. He said hunting, not killing, not spotting, not treeing.
They got, they got any snacks out there? Here.
You're always throwing them in the woods, ain't you?
Every day. Yeah, that's what I would. Here, you might want to go where I tell you. He ain't tired, he must be back there sitting. Here. Yeah, you already found
You can really tell the sun's getting a little lower in the sky. The shadows are getting a lot longer, but you can still really see the birds well. They're showing up good. Guns show up well. Maybe the one little difference right now is that the diversion gun that's in the middle of the field previously had shade on it from their umbrella, and now the sun is getting low enough in the sky that gunner's a little more prominent when the dog's sitting there. That could affect him. Boy, he's looking like he's got a good line on this bird, about 3 feet to the right of it, but went deep of it. Thank you, Pat. We've got water. I was just saying, Pat.
Handling into the right bird?
He did, yeah. Dog got deep in the trees, and he pulled him back out and handled over. I was just saying that this middle gun now, or the diversion gun, the sun's a little lower in the sky.
That white is a little more
the
visible?
white's a little more intense, right?
He's not so much
because he's
under
not
the-
shaded. Yeah. Well, we talked about that earlier. If that was going to be something.
Well, things always change.
When we get Rhodey in here next,
yeah,
I want a rules clarification.
Okay.
So on this case, standard protocol, retriever field trial, and I would say in training too.
Right.
If you're going to handle a dog on a bird, the first thing you do is blow a sit whistle and establish control, right?
Yep.
And then give the cast or command.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, the dog was deep, and Lyle just blew a come-in whistle.
Never stopped him.
Never stopped the dog. So does that save you 2 points for the whistle to sit the dog? So if you blew a sit whistle, the dog sat, and then you gave a come-in whistle, there's maybe 2 and then 2 more. And if you just blow the come-in whistle, we need
I
a
have
little
a hard time believing that.
We need a little
I mean,
clarification.
It's a handle.
from that.
It's just a different type of handle,
Yeah,
isn't it?
but it is. But the way points are added up here for handling, it'll be interesting. We'll have to ask the experts.
Hey, I think I'm done for tonight. Thank you, guys. Sorry I wasted a lot of your time. I think it's 35. Matt, is it 35?
Our question that we just talked about here was, Carl mentioned, they asked up at the sound truck, what was the question we posed? And our question was, Carl's question was, this handler handled the dog without blowing a sit whistle, blew just a come in while the dog was deep. And with the point scoring system, does the fact that he didn't blow a stop whistle affect the number of penalty points versus blowing a sit whistle and then blowing a come in? He just blew the come in. And my first instinct was, well, a handle's a handle. He just handled it in a different fashion. But I don't know. Yep. That's why we
pose the question.
Pose the question. So somebody will come up with an answer.
All right, we got Rhodey again. I see the 12th man t-shirt.
Okay.
This is dog 51. Okay. this is Krista, 3-year-old female.
Krista, okay.
That's kind of like asking the rules analyst.
That's right.
Asking the
Gotta call
rules
New York,
analyst.
huh?
Yeah, we gotta call
the-
New York and find out what
the head linesman in and
Yeah.
give us a clarification on the rules. I like that.
Well, another Brody with another cute little female here that watched the birds good and is just having to dig out this short bird. Hopefully should get it right there. That's such a potentially frustrating little bird, and that should have it. Boy, she's just trying to dig it out. Okay, she was right there the whole time. All right.
Well, we had a rules analyst do a drive-by here and said that anytime you're guiding them, it's a 2-point whether you stop them or not. And then I said, well, what happens if you blow a come in and then you blow another come in, you blow another come in?
That's 2 points every time, right?
He says if there's a pause, yeah. And it's additional, I guess, I don't know. Well, here's a pretty darn
Boy, this looks good. She's
Punch it
about to
hard
hit
and
that
tail
little
crack and
scent
stand.
spot. Ooh, man.
And you know, it wasn't just a line. Did you see
No,
how that
yeah,
dog,
yeah.
like he was
Cracking her
8
tail
or 9
before she got
strides
there.
before
Yep.
and started saying, it's right here. Now, she can't find the line on the way back, but she can find the mark. Look at her, she's kind of going off to the side.
That tells you how close we are to the line
Of the previous
from this
test. You
morning.
think the dog
Yes.
was going back to the line of the
I do.
previous test?
I do. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. I absolutely do.
let's see if she can find that middle bird like she found
Okay,
the
let's see how much Rhodey decides to influence. Yeah, that's what we thought. That last one, remember, she had a really good look, but he didn't push much. This is
Yeah, he's definitely influenced a
he's
little
going
bit
to push a little more on this.
Quite as far up, but
That might have been too far. Or he's just going to
no,
reheal.
no, he's going to do the
Yeah.
reset.
Yeah.
He went and
Yeah, he
discarded the
yeah. There.
Pulled her
There's a
back a
good
little
look. Yeah. Well,
There's the hand.
that feels pretty good. Burnt rubber taken out.
Definitely got more of a left influence. Let's see
Mm-hmm.
how this plays out. And again, early on, you thought,
It's looking pretty good, Pat.
yeah, it is, isn't it? Looking better.
Oh.
That's it. That's good.
Okay, that had to feel good. Ooh. That made me feel good.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well done, Mr. Best. Well
Yeah.
done. Well played. I think there's an example that he made an adjustment.
Yep, from after the first dog. You know, it's one of those deals you can sort of like trust but verify. You know, like I think you know where it is, but I'm gonna tell you, you better keep out there. She's happy too.
She's gonna do a little. She's gonna spike the ball in the end.
Yeah. She's got a little end zone dance she's doing.
Lambo leap.
Yeah, yeah.
That was pretty.
Yeah.
I tell you, if that doesn't make you smile, nothing will.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. He's had a couple tough ones with that, having to handle on the go bird.
Yes.
Being seconds from glory with another dog. Sort of like when you run for the end zone and drop the ball before you go in. Okay, here's Leah.
Yes.
So.
Who's she? Now, what dog is
Which
this?
dog? Yeah, I think she's got a couple, right? Okay, 79. This is Buzz.
This is Buzz. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So the one Rhodey ran was Krista? Or was that Ronan?
No, that was Krista.
Krista. Okay. Big arcing bird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cuts him. Okay. What was Krista's go bird like?
She went, I mean, right to it, but like hunted a size, about the size of our desk here, but had to come up, like had to dig it out. Like she was right on it, but had to root it out of the ground. So, you know.
All right, so we had an 11. Is that going to be?
They'll probably hit her a little bit for that, maybe.
So, over under 11. Is it going to be over?
I might go with your 13 on that one.
I think he'll take either one of those.
Thank you. Yeah, he should. With pleasure. Pat, it might have just been my clientele in the field trial game, but I think you'd probably agree that in the field trial game at a high level, there are a lot of amateur women that were incredibly good. You know,
I think you're looking at one right here.
That's what made me think of that. Yeah. You know, you look at the Judy Acox and the different people.
Laura Parrott.
Yep.
Linda Bowe.
Mm-hmm. Connie, Judy, I mean, just a list of very talented women handlers. And I don't see as many here, but Leah has that eye of the tiger, you know?
You bet.
Yeah.
And obviously that connection with their dog.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And they're very well trained. They all sit, they watch their birds, they work with her. I mean, you can tell that there's a lot of time and a good connection here.
Mm-hmm.
And we always said, you know, it's hard to beat that good amateur with two dogs, you know?
Farmer said it right. He says, I'm not afraid of that pro with 16 holes. I'm afraid of that guy with a station wagon and 2 crates in his back.
That's right. That's right.
That's a good point.
Mm.
He's kind of
Ooh, boy, this is a
this is a tough
place
in a rough
to
spot
handle
here.
from here.
Rough spot.
Yeah.
You don't know where to go with it.
Yeah. What do you do here? I think you're. You started trying to handle the one bird, and you're gonna end up with the other bird. That's a tough.
You know, I always thought the best view was right behind the handler, but those views of Rhodey, Luke, that influence on that middle bird was priceless.
Yeah, you bet. You bet.
I mean, if you guys didn't watch anything other than watching that that high level communication and influence.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Here comes the score.
Ooh, looky there. All right.
And number 8 got a single digit for Krista and Rhodey Bess.
All right.
Well, that's
well done.
So that hunt on the go bird was real tight.
Like I said,
really,
we can't see the whole go bird from here, but I just know that.
And you said the dog was right in the spot.
Yeah. So probably didn't lose anything.
You got to give
that.
those judges a lot of credit for.
Yep.
You know, that tight hunt.
Yep.
Really positive mark.
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
that's almost credit earning, right? When they don't step on it and they have to find it and stay there, but not always recognized.
Well, there's our first single digit score.
Yep.
Well, that puts a long way to go, but it puts Rhodey in the lead as of this very second.
Is that right? Okay.
Well, because we haven't run the lower numbers, but he's got
right.
He's got the lowest number.
Yeah.
And he was, when he ran, he was
the lowest number.
Starting, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leah's not gonna fool around. She's gonna
Yep.
Fish and put buzz on the bird.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck, Owen. Thank you.
We got the sun kind of encroaching on us here.
Yeah. Lower and I keep sliding.
I'd
I'm
say
sliding
slide
back,
but I think that sun's going the other way, and we're just going to keep doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Until she gets down lower.
Mm.
We've been pretty lucky all here, been in the shade the whole day. So when I went up there and looked, they've got 2 pools in there, and so they've got a lot more room in that holding blind than it was obvious. So
Who do we have here? Is this Owen? What 83.
Yes.
All right.
Owen Hall and Cash. So we got Team Dublin, Georgia back to back here. Huh?
Got a couple caches in here. I've got to find the right cache.
So, what did we say, Rody got an 8?
Mm-hmm.
So we had 116 going in. That puts them at 124 after 2.
Okay. Yeah.
Low throw on the middle one, but
and I'm not sure what
I'm
he
not
exactly
convinced it
saw
was that,
on the right there.
No, they're going to call it a no bird.
Okay, he might be happy about that. I wasn't sure what happened on that.
Oh.
It looked like
there's something
with the right hand bird, like he was influencing, and maybe the dog saw something. I don't know. I'm not sure.
So were you one of those
Sometimes-
pros that if you got that bad throw, you turned and stared at the judge?
Maybe.
Said that is a no bird, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Some of them will just start to walk offline. Say
That would have been Gagne. He was. I've thought about him about 4 times here
he just
this
turned around and
weekend.
said,
He was.
he'd call his own no bird.
Absolutely, and no one would.
And he was a big,
no one would
intimidating
tell
guy.
him
Nobody
any
would say
different.
otherwise.
No, that's right. That's right.
Boy, he was a dynamic guy.
Oh,
wasn't
he was.
And
He had
good dog.
so many great little sayings. One of them has come to mind a couple times today. He would always say, "Lassie couldn't find Timmy from there." You know, what a dog, yeah, big hunt. So.
Yeah, funny guy.
Yeah.
Quite a family of Dad Roy, Gagne, and Jim won 2 nationals.
My memory's not that good.
Well, he won with
But they had
Emmett dog, right?
Well, the back of his truck had, I think it took between him and Roy, on the back of his truck, he'd have
I think his first win though,
nationals
was
wins.
the one. That sired so many dogs from out there. It's so.
Augie?
No, Augie never won one. I watched Augie lose one.
Yeah.
In the 10th.
Yes.
When
no, I didn't know if he was at all.
Patton won.
Yeah.
Augie was a great dog.
Mhm.
Creek robber.
Well, for a while there, he had.
Code Blue was one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
Those neither of those 2 won nationals. It was.
And he had a
Frank
few
Kazarov's
dogs.
dog. Oh,
Yeah.
that's the dog that won. That was just.
Was that his first win?
I think so.
Oh, we don't.
And then one with Emmett. But I happened to be in the holding blind when I thought he was winning a St. Louis National with Code Blue and handled on a short bird in the 10th that looked like not that hard. And I was in the holding blind in California when Augie handled in the 10th and opened the door for Lardy to win with Patton. I happened to be finalist, but I wasn't in the running in neither of those. But
Yeah.
but it's painful to see it happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's even more painful when it happens to you.
You, yeah. Well, this looked a little more positive at the line this time.
Yes.
I think that was a good reset for both
The
dog
smile
and
is
handler,
No
maybe.
one's having a good time, and that's what you hope.
Yeah, yeah. And that's a good first look right there.
Mm-hmm. He looked. He made a right-hand look, and he kind of bumped him back to the left.
It might have been influencing, flashing over at those decoys, you know.
You bet.
Yeah, that was another look at those decoys. Anytime that little look happens, it breaks a little momentum. He's going to have to dig here. It's a nice light breeze here,
Yes,
and he's
and the wind
thinking.
is a little
yeah,
bit,
he's thinking. You could tell he was.
I got a feeling
thinking as
we're
he.
going to start to see a little change in a pattern.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Lighting's changing.
I think he's going to figure this bird out instead of stay out of that Bermuda Triangle.
So here's one thing I thought of though, right there. You know, you get that. Oh, that's a little too far right look. And then he bumped him left.
Do you
Mike
pull
said
him?
this. Do you re-influence back to the right before you send?
Mm-hmm.
I came up with that bird nice.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I think you do. Yeah. Yeah.
Because he obviously felt, no, that's too far right on his first look. And he influenced left. And at the end, I thought, let's re-influence
back
a little
bit.
Right.
Yep. Yep.
But he got about to where the gun stood and figured that out, and I couldn't quite.
Well, he had the line too. He was as tight as you could be on those two decoys. So
absolutely,
you know, he had the right line.
Now our wind is definitely dying a little.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I feel like that might start giving us a little better work on that right-hand bird.
What's it going to do on this bird?
I don't know. Yeah, that's good. He's pushing, but he got too much, so kicking back a little bit.
He's pretty far forward on him, so he's creating, you know, closing the door to that right-hand temptation as best he can. There's the hand, nice and big firm send.
That was all well done at the line. He did his
I
part.
really liked his cadence and
took his time.
Composure. And he's in the spot that you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
Dar's got to do his part now. He's going to cut inside a little bit, though. Not
He's thinking
terrible. If he uses the same savviness he did on the right bird.
Yep. Yeah.
Like, okay, there he's acknowledged something happened in here.
Oh, come on over.
You
should get it
he's
there, huh?
deep. He's not much deep. That was.
I think we're good. That was really nice. Really nice.
I just.
Well done.
And when I said it was awesome, I mean, it was. I loved how that dog made sense of that when he got the ball area. He was very efficient.
Yep.
He had a pretty damn good mark and a really good, smart hunt pattern.
Who we got coming up here?
That's not going to be an 8, but it's going to be a pretty solid score.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that's Owen's first one on this test. I know he's got a few, and it sure feels good to go up and hit it with the first one, doesn't it?
Yeah. Makes you smile to see a young man like that. Enjoying it. One of my first clients, a great guy named Fred Musoni, said to me, he said, Pat, he says, in the department store life, this is the toy department.
Yeah.
And how do you not say that?
That's
All right, here we got
There's Luke
Mr. Cooler again.
Yeah. Marin, another fairly young dog.
4-year-old. And again, you notice one-sided dog, but he's quite a ways back on this dog to keep the dog's attention to the right. Dog's staying on that bird. Nice. Look at that. You don't need two sides if you teach them not to head swing, I guess,
No
huh?
kidding.
Dog's a little hard to read how well.
Yeah.
So well
Yes.
mannered.
Yes, yeah.
Like,
it's a little stoic.
doesn't
He's
animate.
A little stoic, yeah. But
All right, and he's off.
There's another Gagne-ism for you. You know, it was a 2002 national, and I didn't pre-national with Jim, but was around him a lot, just the way the running order stacked up. And somebody was there interviewing him and asking about, you know, hey, you don't run your dogs off the right. You know, what do you think about all this right-left
I
stuff?
can only imagine what he said.
Yeah. He said, well, he says, I've been thinking about it a lot, and I'm going to start running off the right as soon as I get good at running them off the left.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like that young reporter going up to Nick Saban and asking him, or Bobby Knight asking him, I think of Jimmy more like Bobby Knight.
Yeah.
Sharp tongue.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
If he thinks your question was a little silly, he's going to make sure you realize it.
That's right.
What do we got going here now?
Well,
I'm having a little
he
hard
looked
time.
like he made a loop and then sort of maybe either got nervous, but I can't even see him on the camera here, so I think he's to the right. There, the camera's got to
That's
readjust.
that yellow dog, and yeah, well, he's coming back with the bird. I saw the dog, what I thought stopped for a second. Did he handle on that bird?
He did handle. Your
Yeah, he
ears are
did.
no good. Yeah.
My ears are no good. You're right.
Yeah, he handled, but
my
couldn't
frequency
see.
range on that whistle specifically is left my head a long time ago.
You know, you said it on the beginning, this dog's a little hard to read just because he's not super expressive, but
Yeah, and he's, well, third of the way out, I said he didn't have a clue. Now he's kind of kicked in.
Yeah.
And in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, now he looks like he knows where he's going. He's just upwind of it. He's going to head to the trees, and we'll see if he, nope. Boom. Nope.
No,
just
that's
deep
that
of it.
deal. Remember that one dog that went just to the right of it and then came in behind it and never really got right downwind and ended up having quite a bit of trouble? How do you to get where that dog did and then end up where he is now?
Oh, that's tough.
This,
I
you just
think-
have the sense that, and I'll watch on the rest of his hunt here, but this dog is a little bit of an overthinker. It
Yep, a
seems
little
like.
confused.
He's like, yeah.
Well, and Luke has watched enough dogs run around here to realize that, you know, letting them hunt is not going to work out for your score, you know?
Yes. And they're not, half those dogs that end up there end up, you're in a panel.
You might get the left,
Some of them
you
end
might
up
get the
with
middle
left.
bird, yeah.
Right, exactly. So sometime tomorrow, I'm going to be joined by Mr. Ray Vogt.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll have to bring him up to speed. Coming in from the, now he's the national, the sheepdog
national finals.
Won't have finished, right? It'll finish.
It'll finish tomorrow. Yeah.
Gotcha. So he won't.
He won't stay for the very
We got
end.
championships of all different shapes
That's
and
right.
sizes going on right now in the country, don't we? Yeah, you can see this dog says, all right, I'm done. Got to kind of talk him back into this.
Mark!
You know, sometimes dogs like this, they start to build as they get a little bit savvier, a little older.
Mm-hmm.
No, not in a bad spot here. But the wind is getting a little peculiar.
Yeah, it's almost died right now. It's a little bit, but
in that spot where, and these dogs are, they're not only hard to run, they're hard to read, they're hard to run sometimes because you just don't get, and and Luke says, no.
Yeah, like you said, it looks like a little bit of a thinker.
And you just, like you say, you don't know when they don't give you any information that they know what they're doing. And sometimes they do when they don't act like it. Yeah, I can think of a few that, like, I had no idea if he saw that bird or not. You know,
see the dog on screen, but I don't see the dog in person.
Yeah, look at him. Just see him just left of the.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Left of the.
Yeah, it was right behind the
dry gun.
Yeah, it was behind the gun for me.
Normally, you usually think you blow that come in, the dogs swing downwind on the come in, but they haven't been. They kind of come. Maybe they're drawing. They think you're drawing them into that dry gun.
That should be a bird right there, Marion.
Yep.
Okay. What do you think? Are there some dogs that just, you know, I'm sure you had some too that just weren't all that excited about bumpers, you know? And this is plastic.
Good point.
It's not feathers. And
Yep.
as much
It's
as
a
some
good point.
dogs love these things, I just gotta believe
be one of
there's a few dogs out there that, you know, doesn't have that same.
Well, I'll tell you what. The first dog that immediately comes to mind was Jamie Woodson's Keeper.
Mm-hmm. I remember
And
Keeper.
hunting is what turned her on.
Yep.
You know, when she became, it was live game prey drive. That's why she got out of bed in the morning.
Yeah, that's right.
And
that's right.
ended up being High Point amateur dog.
Yeah.
But you know, she could look like she had no interest in working a lot of the time.
Yeah, those
They did a
dogs are
good job
tough.
of
I had
it.
a
But she
few
was
of them.
smart and talented. She didn't always let you.
Yeah.
She didn't always give you the effort to show the talent.
Yeah. Well, I remember a few young dogs that I had that appeared to have little to no retrieve drive.
Yep.
You know, throwing bumpers and tennis balls, and then, you know, you get that clip wing pigeon or something, and they just come on
Eyes wide
fire.
open. Oh,
you know?
yeah, now we're talking.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that what they're made for?
That's right.
I mean, they're hunting dogs.
There's no genetic predisposition to a tennis ball, is
Right.
there?
They like to chase things, but
Yeah.
and I think most of these dogs. I mean, it's not like this is all they get.
That's right.
I think you bring most of our guys up here,
Yeah.
and the atmosphere is gonna say, we're at a trial, we're gonna get birds. All right, here's Roman.
Yeah, I remember Pam's dog. This was,
dog.
I think she said he'd only run 3 or 5 of these.
Right.
So.
And I know this dog. The owner predominantly trades for field trials, so I know. We had something happen. I think the short. I think.
Yeah, that left-hand gun went off right after the middle gun went off, so that the dry pop happened.
Was it the short?
And it was, yes, the short left-hand go bird.
Wasn't a real love poof, but he's.
No,
he's trying
he was trying to prime the gun and pressed a little too hard, and it went off. You know, to prime the deal and cause the dog to look over there. So I think that was good that they give him a little reset.
Okay, we got a. I don't know. On the screen it says a rebird, but I think Rhodey's coming right back.
Yeah. Yeah.
They might be close to a rebird. They're Okay.
Oh, I wish I could
Now,
see the
if you
dog's
haven't
head a
used
little
these-
bit more here, but
These, they call them boom guns. They're MAP gas operated
Mhm.
shotgun simulators, and you have to push the button down part way and load the gas and then mash it the whole way to fire it. And sometimes you just push it a little too hard when you're trying to just load it. That's what happened there. The young man is trying to... Well, there's some given voice.
you know, I thought it was interesting. It was pretty smart on Rhodey's part. When he came up the line the second time, he didn't fuss with that dog too much because, you know, the more he worked him the first time, he got him settled in. He gets animated, he gets a little anxious, you know, and then I think had he reworked him too hard the second time, I think he might have had a little more anxiety on the dog's part. So he brought him up there, pointed him out, and let him rip.
It's hard to look at the screen and tell where this bird is, and we can't see from our stage.
We can't see the bird, yeah.
Because that I can see the dog
Canopy
now.
there, yeah.
Because the judge is tenting everything. So okay, all right, a little bit of a hunt there. Rhodey's coming off that
His
8
8.
score, so he's got
Yeah.
that mojo going.
Yeah.
Backed up. See what Rhodey's doing here. He's making sure he doesn't let him set up and fix on the look he doesn't want.
Right.
So dog wants to look a little more left than Rhodey wants him to look. So he pulled, reset, put the bird in the bucket. Now he's kind of feeling better about this. Still tapping him, but still influencing him.
That looked like a little more far away look. That's not the...
He said,
There we go.
that's what I got to go with.
Okay. That was the right look. He must have been looking at something else on that far away look.
There's a little bend in though. Now let's see if he can be as sharp as, was it Owen's dog that we were so impressed with?
I think so.
Okay.
And it looks like he's gonna do that. Come on. Oh,
Kinda
he's back to the
hopping,
trees
looking.
now. You know, that bird's right on that transition of the cover change.
Yes,
I
it
always
is.
think that's,
Yep.
you know, those transitions are always a good place to put a bird, whether it's a transition from land to water, cover changes, any of that's natural.
Broom straw. Oh,
Yeah.
he's kind of in that. There's the triangle that we talked about
Yeah.
earlier. But he said, now wait a minute, I don't belong, it's not over here. But he's not going to wait.
Here! Here!
Obviously hard to see the handle.
Yeah,
The dog's
I think
just, you
that's
could tell.
really tough.
It's not just that they're not casting well, they're not moving on the handler's first motion. See, he
Went that time, but
he did.
And there he should get a bird.
And that was an
There you go.
efficient handle. Wasn't
Yeah, when you
what
can
he was
see
looking for, but it
when you can see Rhodey's back on the camera is lit up, that means his front is not.
Right.
So,
yes, which means that
it's hard for the dog
when
to
we
see
say
him.
they're like when your gunners are backlit,
Mhm.
they're hard to see even though they have white up. When the sun is at their back, well, if he was running the other way, he'd be quite visible. And you notice he's in a little shadow pocket there
Yep.
too, so combination of both. Rhodey's thinking, I better stab this one if I'm gonna have a chance of moving forward.
Roman.
That sounded like that.
Rhodey likes those 2-syllable.
That was Wayne
names.
Curtis style. He'd send them and there we go. Luke and Marin, 168. Okay, looks pretty good here. That's the spot that you want to be. Let's just, the winds, yep, it's still the spot you want to be. Come on, buddy, that is the bird, isn't it? He bent right, yeah, it is, right there. Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Well, that's how you do that one.
Well, he needed it because he had that messy
Yeah.
right-hand bird.
Yeah.
You're always going to say to yourself, maybe I should have gone with the initial look a little more right on the right bird. I mean, that's just, you can't help but say that, right? But and it's not hard to understand why the dogs are hunting left, because when you watch that trail of the right-hand retired gunner is walking as far, quite a ways left before he goes into the woods.
He goes left and then deep.
There must be a, better place to hide him back there with maybe the cover's too thick, directly deep or something. But when they get over there, they get drawn further right. Okay. All right,
Okay,
here
we
go.
got Chance.
Our Wisconsin boy with his Badger hat on. I think he's got a Badger hat on. 5-year-old Labrador male. Member of Wisconsin Amateur Retriever Club. I remember talking with one of the oldest clubs in the country. Wissam and Madison. I think Madison's the site for the Master Amateur National next year.
Okay.
Chance coming in with a 106 into this series.
All right.
Attentive looking guy. If I'm not mistaken, Chris was in the Milwaukee Police Department and worked with Nan Haggerty, who was a police chief and is a client of Wayne Curtis's.
I'll be darned.
And I remember now last year talking to him, and he said, "Did you know Nan Haggerty?" He said, "Absolutely. She was the police chief of the police department. She's a avid field trailer." Well, there's that bend that you don't want. Conditions may feel a little different, but the pattern hasn't changed much, has it?
No.
That's that bend into trouble territory there. We're trying to chase down some shade here, but we're looking for equipment. Well, he's back over more where the gun stood. Yeah, there's the Bermuda Triangle, absolutely right there.
That's tough.
It just doesn't look like he's going to leave there. He's working hard to make a bird. It's just not in the right place.
Yeah. Yeah, he's no lack of an effort or enthusiasm, just not the right vector yet.
Over!
Yeah. You just can't get there from there, can you?
Yeah, that cast is not in his bag of tricks.
There's nothing harder than getting that cast, even into a light crosswind with a dog that.
Yeah. Well, and they just want to dig to that tree line.
Over!
You got a little bit, but he's not done yet.
Over!
Well, that's a little different breeze now, huh? It's just
very different.
Got a little gust right in our face. Poor guy out there, he doesn't stand a chance.
Yes. I'm kind of looking. Are we getting an official wind shift, or was that just a rogue?
Might just be a little dust devil kind of thing happening, but.
No, they still say pretty much the same. Mostly an easterly wind, 5 miles an hour. It really hasn't shifted virtually at all.
Over!
He says, "You mean that bird? Why didn't you say so?"
He was trying to help you there, buddy.
Yeah, he sure was.
Well, we're not done yet here.
No, he's not done yet, but...
Well, he may be done, but he's not done.
Yes. Yeah.
He's got to be getting a little warm and a little...
Even though we're in the sun, the humidity's dropped a bit.
Yeah.
Temperature's a little cooler.
Chance!
Oh, you got a line here.
Yes, he did.
Got a good line, yeah.
That's adding insult to injury, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And then
exactly.
he just,
Yeah.
I mean, he's right on the sweet spot. Is that sweet spot still the sweet spot?
I mean, he's on the bird there.
Boom.
Jeez. That's it, isn't it? I mean,
it's maybe a...
His might be 2 feet the other direction. I mean, that is...
Wow.
Yeah, that's... Well...
He's thinking, really?
Did you have to do that to me on the right bird?
Well, they're getting all kinds.
How late did we run last night?
It was 7.
Felt like
7 and
midnight.
change. No, it
Yeah,
did
no.
feel like midnight. It was midnight when we got back.
Yeah, yeah. I think it was.
No, it was after 7 actually.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I said
so-
6:56 was sunset, and I said, hey,
Yeah.
it was close to 7:30, 7:20.
Yeah, we got a little more time
They
there.
were well after legal shooting time.
Yeah, yeah. You wouldn't have wanted to have been shooting ducks. No.
Well, there's your son. You can see kind of in the background.
Yeah, yeah. So.
Okay, we got ourselves a little shade here. Thanks. Yeah. We've been pretty we're pretty spoiled here. We hit the shade all day, and the sun is. It's funny how that thing sets like that, huh?
Yeah.
All right, he gives the thumbs up. I'm ready to go. Signal.
You can.
Interesting. Handler has made. Dog just followed those birds on his own. Made no move forward or backward.
Yeah.
On any of them. Yep.
So are the judges giving you a number here, or are you just on your own to send when the
but
dog
that
hits
seemed
the
like
ground?
they got to be a number, doesn't there?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. Okay, well, 1 down, 2 to go.
1 down, 2 to go is right. Okay, where are we here? We're at 6, right?
6:17 by my watch.
Shaker.
Well, he was going hard.
Yeah,
and
that's
quick.
I don't know how you get that right-hand bird from there, but I'll tell you what, dog's certainly looking hard.
And he looked like he had the right idea when he left the line. But
let's see.
Another one.
But this dog is definitely not married to a certain spot. It's
right.
It says, "What's not here? I'm going to try over there." But you don't want to be going left there. And he says, wait a minute, we're gonna come back out and recheck this thing.
Pat, do we know what the wind's supposed to do tomorrow?
Supposed to stay out of the east again.
Wow. Well,
that's kind of amazing to get 3 days of an east. I don't know this part of the country, but
you never get an east wind where I live,
Yeah. It's usually a wind that's a transition wind, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Before rain.
Oh, we're gonna have to do something here pretty quick. We're getting.
Kept trying different things, just not the right one of the different things.
Yes.
Yeah, I am gonna do a check here and see what our wind's supposed to be.
Well.
Yep. So tomorrow we're supposed to start out a little bit east northeast, go east, a little east southeast. It's pretty much the same all day tomorrow, which you gotta love. You can have the same test.
Absolutely.
As much as the same test as you can get. I guess I don't know if anybody's checked the gas in the generator that's running the TV over there, or TV.
I don't know.
I guess they're still watching it, so it's still going.
They're still sitting in the tent, so I have not checked
quite
it
as many
today.
people in there.
Yeah.
Or right now, at least. All right.
So.
Shaker.
Well, there you go. Chance of Deacon at 133. That's going to probably give him his ticket back to Quantico, Wisconsin. Huh?
Yeah.
Interesting. going to be a similar scenario here where he botches up the right-hand bird
Yep.
and is going to come up with
just
a middle bird.
Bangs the middle. Yeah. I think we've had one person go for the middle one.
And that didn't.
Second, and that didn't work out well, and no one else has tried it.
Nobody's
Yeah, yeah.
66.
They're working hard to get us some shade, and they've done a good job of it.
Mm-hmm.
Feel pretty pampered there, don't you? Yeah, we're
No grapes and palm leaves, but still not
Cindy,
that.
she'd be doing that.
Yeah, right.
Very good.
All good.
All right, well, we're rolling here, and now we got a little shade. That light breeze is feeling good, I tell you. Could be in worse places right now.
No kidding.
We're right outside
Had a
of
big
Shreveport,
old-
Louisiana.
Had
and
a big old barbecue lunch with some
Yes, we did.
alligator, and
Yeah,
it
we
was
had
pretty darn good.
Great day. We were
All right.
talking about really the rich history of some of the great field trail dogs from the past and in this part of the country.
Absolutely.
I think 2 or maybe even 3 national champions were out of the Shreveport area.
I'm sure you're right. Most of what I would assume, besides the parrots, with a couple. Who else?
Yeah, you had, and these were quite a ways back, but I know I did look it up 2 years ago to some avid field trailers, Sissy Stone, Bubba Raspberry from the Shreveport area.
Right.
But those aren't, it was the Crows, I think.
Okay.
Gretchen Crow, before my time. Another one of the great waterfowl states.
Absolutely. Okay. Come over here and
Well, and certainly
Yeah,
Danny
look at that one,
Farmer
Steve.
from Monroe, not very far from here, is one of the all-time greats.
Steve was not all that excited about that go bird. He looked off of it after it hit the ground, so let's see if he has any trouble with it. I think he was wondering if maybe that decoy gun out there in the middle had any plans for him. Maybe
you go ahead and shoot a flyer.
Flyer, yeah, that's right.
So the field trial test they did 2 years ago, they put multiple gunners out, launched,
Yeah.
double shot, did their best to simulate a flyer.
Okay. I'll tell you, depending on the angle with a winger, a guy could launch one of these ATBs quite a ways from the gun station.
To simulate, right?
Yeah, a square throw, and
Yep.
you have a sort of a disconnected bird.
You get that hen pheasant that can go 50, 60 yards from the gun station. And
that's right.
All right, well this
Here
is,
there we go.
he's not, initial attempt is going to be further right. It's right in here if they're going to bend, they
Yeah,
start
that's
to
right.
bend.
That
and
sort of seems like the spot
kind of,
they
there's a
either
break in stride, and there you go.
Yeah.
There's another example of that left-hand bend. But
tried to fix it.
So if it were you right now, if you were one of the dogs in the 20s, did you handle right there?
I think so. I
we
think
looked
I
at
wouldn't have let him make that second because, like we said, you're not going to win it here, but you can lose it here. And if you take a 20 or 30 points is a lot better than taking 60 or
It was
or
harder
who
though,
knows?
right? Just as that bend, poop, put on it, went over and hit the other bird,
Mm-hmm.
came home with a 40, something.
But it's a little tricky because you can't handle when the dog's all the way over there because now you're going to have a really ugly handle. You got to handle when the dog is in the same, reasonably close,
Right, it'd be
like
right there.
Yep. Oh, well done.
You must have heard us.
It'd have been better in hindsight if he did it.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
3 loops ago. That's the.
Or even on the first stride change.
Yeah,
Because it was
yeah.
like, you just watch. I mean, this is the third in a row for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Now, I start looking like, all right, is it just... Oftentimes, I mean, it isn't wind change, but it's probably lighting based. A little darker over there to the right
a little
now.
of that all day. But yeah, you know, you've got a little more depth. It can also be the dogs a little bit. for a
Well, it
little
could
run
be
of
the dogs, yeah, right.
Maybe we're in a little stretch of dogs that are more hunt test than field trial aren't used to. Maybe.
I mean, it looked like 50% of the way there, that dog was going to just...
That's right. That's right.
And then you saw the head come up.
As soon as the stride changes,
boom.
yeah.
Well, there's Jason in a 63.
Yeah. All right, Jim. Go ahead and stab this one like the last couple did.
A lot of yellow Labradors.
Yeah, for sure. And this is a young dog here, right? A 3-year-old dog, you can sort of see it. Well,
You could tell she's in, and now I think it's much more friendly for, ooh, she could be in trouble here though. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. Yeah. Wow. That's just peculiar line there for a dog. Because she wasn't going to the middle gun.
No.
Yeah, you can't make sense out of that because he didn't act like he was dissatisfied with the look he had. He moved her a little bit, but she just darted off to the right for whatever reason. Because she's 3 years old.
Right, right. Yeah.
That's probably why.
And it's Saturday at 6:27.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's what do we get? 30 minutes before sunset.
I bet you they run
5 more dogs?
30 minutes again. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Well, and I'll tell you, the dogs that ran pretty late last night did pretty well. So.
True. Yeah, I mean, it's not like with the angle of the sun that any of these guns are going to be in the shadows. They're not.
Right. Jim here probably has trained a bunch in some of the areas I used to train up around between Butte and Helena.
There's